And there we are. Hi there, how you all doing? This Friday is treating you all well. Hope all of it is fine. And Danny, yeah, if you haven't checked the socials and all that, I did make a notice and an announcement that yeah, the Enfield stream for this week specifically, it's officially called off, cancelled, that sort of thing. Mostly because I've had too many weeks in a row where I moved something some other day and all that, and it has put me a bit out of whack with my other work and my other things. So I'm taking this lack of a stream as a way to kind of like get myself back on track, because I'm a bit behind with a few other things that are not stream related, be it other videos. I'm way behind with some of my clips and things like that for like VODs. I haven't really kept up with other social things. Again, the issues of being a one-man show and having to do everything by yourself, and sometimes you just get a bit off-kiltered and things just go all over the place and a bit awry. But I'm hoping that things are gonna get back on track soon enough. But yeah, I just decided to call it off and officially, unless I'm just feeling like it, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. I do want to do other things, and I'm also like forcing myself at the very least to have some actual free days, and I just keep my brain on this, because otherwise I'm just gonna lose focus, or who knows, fucking going mental. So yeah, for me, like Sundays are like a point where I'm kind of like forcing that, where outside of just doing the necessary, if I haven't done it in advance of making the schedule and announcements for next week, more than that I'm not doing on Sundays. I'm having things prepped beforehand and that sort of stuff, so I don't have to deal with it and I have to worry about it. So Sundays are more of a free day for me, and then can get back to the usuals, because it's getting a bit crazy of just being focused on let me do things, let me do stuff, let me do things, because every time I'm still gonna feel like I've not done enough. It's still gonna feel like that. So I want to avoid that, because I feel like that's a pitfall that many fall into, and I want to catch it early and not get myself into this hole either. So outside of things that I might be doing for fun, like maybe there is gonna be a stream, but that's it. It's gonna be a stream that I'm just jumping in, having some fun with it, or something like that. Or you know how it was in the past, I was part of, and hopefully you know we're gonna be at it sometime at the middle of this year, maybe I don't know, June, July. I'm suspecting, hoping. We'll see. But it's still a bit early to talk about that. So, you know, to get back into the actual plays shenanigans, because that was a Sunday thing, and you know that was like my prep of being a bit more kind of, you know, quote unquote content creator sort of energy, but you know without the efforts of having a stream on my end, because there is no point of having a perspective from here. Something of that sort, yeah, I'm always gonna be fine with that, but otherwise nah, I just want to take my own time. As I've said before, still Warframe has me in my grip, so I'd release my free times when I'm not doing other things, or you know, hanging out with other people. And that's one of my free times kind of habits these days. To be fair, it's also mostly because I want to catch up with the Prime Resurgence event, because we are getting the final like big rotation, and the next Prime Resurgence that's gonna come up, it does not interest me in one bit, so I can fully skip it. I'm not gonna look into it, so I'm gonna be completely fine by that. But this end of the year Prime Resurgence has been insane, with a ton of things that interest me, a few other ones that I've decided that would be great for me to grab now, because who knows exactly, considering that they are over, I don't know how many primes are out there, 50 something, because I know there's like 64, 65, I think 64 frames with Foley that is about to come out in March. Was she March or May? I forgot when exactly they said her release is gonna come around. Anyway, somewhere in spring. I think she's the 64 frame. I think Uriel was the 63rd. and there's like a few frames that don't have prime, so I'm guessing they're somewhere in the 50s, 50-ish numbers. And even though the prime resurgence gives you in sets of 2, still like a lot of primes to go over a cycle of. It's still not enough. I'm not sure exactly how quick the prime resurgence happen on a daily basis, because I saw like a week, because I don't know exactly how it functions normally when it comes like to how quickly do they rotate, or what exactly is the time frame between each. Right now this is like the final end rotation. I'm not sure if it's like a week, 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks on a normal basis, because this was like a big event where you had multiple packs. Because from what I've seen, the pattern, at the very least, what the upcoming one is, it's 2 primes with some weapons that have been vaulted alongside with them, and that's it. Usually 2 each. So basically 2 primes and 4 weapons, if I'm remembering correctly. Well, or better said, 2 warframes and 4 weapons. So, or anything akin to that. Basically, it's usually connected to what each of that respective frame has been vaulted with in pair, because alongside with, because each frame has been vaulted alongside 2 weapons. And every time there is a resurgent of that frame, there's also going to be a resurgent of those 2 weapons as well. So, you know, everything is kind of kept in a similar pattern. So, you know when a frame's going to come around that you're also going to have these weapons as well. Or in some situations, it could be a companion or an archwing or something else of the sort. Because I think there is the Odonata Prime right now. I'm not really interested in getting it, to be fair, so I'm not really going to bother with it. There are like a few, and I want to like catch up a few of the other ones. A few of them have already been collected, because Ash Prime, because I did miss it on the first run, because that's kind of the thing. I want to take advantage of the rotation of the first round that I've missed, because I've started playing around the time when I think that rotation ended or something like that. So I want to get Ash Prime. I'm almost close to getting Inneros. I just need the blueprint. I have all the other components. I want to get Messa's Akjagaras. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, or I'm probably mispronouncing it. I forgot the name. It's a bit wonky. The Kimbo secondaries that are with Mesa, those are the ones that I want to get. And if I still am able, maybe the Redeemer, that will also be fun. Mostly because I like the vibe of the Redeemer. I just like the concept of gunblade with shotgun strapped to it. It's funny. Just purely for that. And maybe after that, also the Reaper Prime would be cool. I just, again, for the pure side vibes, and it's one of the few cases where you have a prime weapon that does not have a standard variant of it. I feel like the Reaper Prime might be, to some extent, a reinterpretation of the Hate, at the very least in some concepts, or at the very least how it kind of feels in aesthetics and design, or at the very stats, because it's very akin to Hate in what are like the good stats of Hate are kind of also the good stats of Reaper. To a better degree, of course, being a Prime. Also, speaking of the Stalker, I've had some insane luck doing those relic runs. I think I've stumbled upon 4 Stalker invasions, one of them being one being for me. And each of them, with the exception of one where I've missed it simply because the player who got invaded did not ping where that Stalker was, and because we were at the point where we were moving to extraction, or we were like heavily separated, it was chaotic and didn't really, and you know, this general disadvantage of one of the bigger lower points, I think I would say, of Warframe, that sometimes visual pollution is a problem, especially for people who go heavily in customizing visuals, and you have frames that have a ton of effects happening in wider areas. I'm not sure if it's Uriel or someone else that has like some sort of like big, almost kind of like vortex sort of AoE effect that, depending on what color they choose for their energy, that one basically obstructs the entire map visually. You cannot see anything through it, and it covers a good chunk of the map, and it's really annoying. So yeah, basically they didn't ping, so I missed wherever that Stalker was, or if it dropped anything. But the other 3, each of them 3 different drops. I got the Dread again because I already have it. I think I might even have actually 2 additional blueprints aside of the one that I've already crafted. The Despair, the secondary kunais, And war, not broken war. I also got, so I've been insanely lucky. Somehow, I don't know, in one day with 4 runs, I've got 4 separate, 3 separate drops, which are, by the way, a 5% drop. Mathematically, or at least the weapon blueprints are a lower drop. And I also got the smoking ephemera. I currently cannot craft it because I think I need to go. I think I need to get to a point where I have the map completed, the star chart and all that. Because I think I need like a resource that I cannot get. Plus the ash systems, for some reason it requires ash systems as part of the crafting material, and I need to like figure out where exactly you can get ash, because I don't know, especially because, you know, I'm gonna get Ash Prime. I literally have him right now in crafting, including Equinox. I just finally got the night aspect blueprint, which was the last piece I needed, so now I also have that. We're not gonna see, I think, any of those frames in action next week, at the very least not Equinox, because each day and night aspect also requires a full 3 days to craft. They are basically counted as separate warframes, even though we cannot play them or utilize or use them, or they are only a material to combine for the full Equinox. So in technicality, it takes you 6 days, and if you had everything built, everything acquired at once, it would take you around like 6 days and 12 hours to do all those craftings. So yeah, that's not fun. Maybe Ash Prime, I might be ready actually, because I did. No, because the blueprint is probably going to be put on build today if I log into the game, and the warframe itself. So it might be done by Monday when we're going to be done with the stream, something like that. So yeah, no chance of seeing Ash on stream or anything like that. But yeah, I've been really lucky with those. I just need the hate, which is the scythe, and also another version of Broken War, because I'm aware I forgot what quest was. I think it was the War Within, or the Second Dream. I forgot which one was it. I know you get a Broken War as a freebie as part of one of the quests, which also has an Orokin catalyst. And I don't want to waste it. I don't want to use it for the crafting of war, because you get it with a catalyst put together, a weapon slot included, and all that. So I feel like it's a waste. Plus, considering the lower drops, I would like to have all the weapons collected and not have to bother that I have to farm for them again. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait until I have the opportunity of getting another Broken War drop to craft it. Otherwise, nah, I'm not gonna craft the war with the quest freebie. And from what I looked into it, it's not gonna be that hard of a farm, the Broken War, once you get the blueprint, because you just read the 2 weapon components, which can be bought from Cephalon Samaris, so that's fine. So you don't necessarily have to farm them from the enemy drops, as long as you don't have like an issue with Samaris's reputation. Currently, I've not utilized that rep for anything outside of getting more scanner or traps whenever I occasionally stumbled upon some of those things to hunt. Anyways, but yeah, things basically are there in the cooking, and at least my free time. I'm kind of finally catching up to those, and I'm gonna be glad once this resurgence is gonna be done, and at least I could grab the main things that I want. Which, to be fair, as I said, it was the secondary Ash, which Ash is done, and Inneros, it's also like another one I want to grab. Redeemer and the Reaper are just kind of like a nice to have kind of thing. I'm not gonna be too mad if I miss them, honestly, but at the very least these 3 I would like to grab. Mostly I want to grab Inneros Prime because I know it also unlocks some sort of like a quest thing, or like weekly, daily thing with Barrow, alongside the baseline Inneros quest, which we also grabbed, which it's gonna be one of the quests we are gonna do on Monday. And I also realized that I don't think we're gonna progress that far into the story next week, because it's gonna be the Inneros. Then we're gonna do, I think, Second Dream is the next quest in the storyline, and the Second Dream is gonna unlock us an additional side quest. So I think we're gonna do that first, and depending on time and how long that side quest is gonna take us, maybe we're gonna do a fourth quest, but I find it unlikely. And then after that, we're gonna jump into a next quest, probably sometime after that. but we'll see. At least there's gonna be some stuff planned for next week. Anyways, I've been up Warframe shenanigans or talks because I don't think we're gonna talk about that in other times. I don't know. That game has just grabbed me the past weeks so hard. I just really enjoyed it. Although of games that I've enjoyed, of games I've had fun with, I've checked out a bit of some of the, on occasion, dropped into Deadlock to see some of the new heroes. I like the new roundup lineup of heroes that they've added. To me, my highlights, I think, so far are Graves, Apollo, and maybe a bit of Venator. At the very least, these are the ones I've also played a bit. I've also experienced Rem as an ally and against them. No Celeste. I've not encountered a Celeste yet. I've not really been around since her release, and just jumped yesterday for a few matches when, or better said, last night, when the update got put for Apollo. But I mean, I think Apollo, Graves, and Venator are probably my highlights. Silver is fine. I've not played her, but she's fine. I like her concept design and how she kind of plays around overall. Graves, I just like because she's a bit of that kind of like she's interestingly built, kind of akin, I would say, to McGinnis, where she can deal with obstructions and obstacles and basically objective points really easily. She's kind of designed for that with her minions. It's very interesting, as I say, that even though her kit is very heavy spirit base, she's a really good gun platform. Like, her gun builds with her are kind of whack just because of how the beam interacts with some item builds and item effects. So I've really liked that. So she's an interesting mix between gun build and spirit that I've liked a lot. Venator, mostly because I like some of the concepts within Venator, and I like executing ults. I've heard that with Apollo's release, there've been a bit of like quick tweaks. The scaling for the ult has been pushed down a bit, and some of the other kit has been bumped up, which is nice because most of the good Venator plays that I've seen and I've encountered, because I'm still getting used to the characters myself, are the ones that focus on building the ult like crazy, and that ult just does a ton of damage. But I also like the rest of his kit, like how it works and how it's designed, and I think it's worth trying, especially because he's kind of akin a bit to Abrams, in the sense that he also has this kind of slight melee focus, not as heavily as Abrams, where Abrams it's mostly kind of melee inclined, or at the very least in the fact that to be out there in the front lines in everyone's face. But the whole thing of doing a stun, and as they're stunned, they can receive additional melee damage. It's an interesting concept, interesting synergy that can add a bit of variety. A bit. And the one that I also find interesting, mostly because I've done a bit of testing, just because I saw something in their kit kind of interesting, which I'm pretty sure probably everyone is gonna guess, the repost for Apollo. To me, Apollo is interesting, is definitely designed more as a frontliner. I kind of like the kit. He's a bit more, I think, akin to maybe how Lash and Shiv work, a bit more of a combo style of character, at the very least on how the kit is designed, of basically building of basically using your ability sets as a sort of kind of combo set, with the ultimate being an insane finisher. It's a really hard finisher. I've seen it I've been a victim of that ultimate a few times, and yeah, it's rough if you're getting caught in a bad spot by that ult. Even if the ult doesn't get you, because of the slow effect you get from the curse, you're kind of in a rough spot. But yeah, the repost is really interesting. It's basically a denial of almost anything that in some 100% anything that is damage dealing. It's triggered by the repost. That includes basic attacks, melee attacks. Technically you can use it as a secondary parry. I would not necessarily see it useful personally. I can see like an interesting niche scenario maybe where you can use the parry as a bait. So, you know, you can trick somebody into thinking, oh, they utilized their parry, so now it's in a cooldown, so I can do a heavy melee and not get punished for it, and do a riposte instead. Like, I could see that for like weird bait scenarios, but I don't know how useful that is, because the stun on a base level, it's not too long. It's not as lengthy compared to the stun you get from the parry, and because of those interactions, the riposte itself also doesn't synergize with any melee parry items or effects because of that. It just works as normal. Just it cancels the heavy melee damage, and you do the stun as the ability does it, not as the parry would do it. And that's basically. But it's interesting that you have technically a secondary chance if you get into that scenario. But yeah, more interestingly, aside from that, is that anything that is projectile based, at the very least from what I've gathered, although it's a bit weird, it's a bit wonky, but anything projectile based is also reposted, even if it's not damage dealing. The biggest examples, or more interesting example, were things like Drifter's ult, and they can be reposted and not receive the blind effect, and also Lash's rope grab when he ults. Depending on how you time it, I was able to deny the grab to the actual pull from the rope when he ults, which has been an interesting effect. So it's a good way to kind of like cancel, which definitely kind of goes to show that probably somewhere behind the scenes that rope grab works a bit differently than it kind of looks. I think it's some sort of, I'm guessing, some sort of like line cast projectile effect that then it gets reapplied when you do the grab, and somehow the riposte behind the scenes basically interacts with it. Because that's, you know, because that's kind of the thing. What you see in game, it's not always how exactly it works behind the scenes. Not all projectile things look the way that you visualize them, because VFX and projectiles are not necessarily the same thing. Equally, how, you know, the physics of a projectile work compared to how you view them in game. They're not necessarily, they're just a visual representation of what's happening in code, just for you to kind of have as a point of reference, and depending on how the game is designed, you can react accordingly against it. And, you know, avoid a projectile if that's one of the intent. If it's something a bit more, you know, raycast said, you know, it's like a more of a trace line sort of thing situation. Then, you know, it's your, you know, crosshairs is pointed at you, you're just gonna get damage. There's no way to avoid it. It really depends. There are many like kinks depending on how it works. Plus, you know, it's Valve, it's the Source engine. The Source engine is a beast of its own. I do not know how it works overall, so I'm not trying to understand it fully, but it's interesting. From what I've seen, anything that is damage dealing, I've seen an encounter, or I've seen an effect that at the very least is not trigger. It's probably more, it probably has more of something to do with how the ultimate kind of generates itself. It's Dynamo's ult. Even though I think it technically triggers, just because the area of effect is so large, and it rechecks the crowd control effect for that AoE, the riposte can't really do much. Like, yeah, I'm guessing like behind the scene it gets triggered, but because the travel time between the riposte and the epicenter of Dynamo's ult is still long enough to do a recheck for the crowd control of the ultimate. You can't really deny it. I think that's probably one of the only ultimates you cannot deny with Apollo. Anything else can be denied, and of course any sort of abilities, projectile based and things like that, can also work. So it's interesting, pretty neat. Those are like the three that to me have been kind of like the highlight. Silver, I've not played her enough or fought against her enough to kind of get a vibe of her. She's been a bit buffed in with her last rollout, but outside of that, I haven't really seen much. Remy is interesting. Rem, sorry, I don't know why I say Rem. Remy is interesting, but again, I've been counted on team. I've not seen a lot of effect. I've not seen too much interplay as a teammate, but against them, I've had some scenarios where he's been quite the nuisance. So yeah, it really depends. But yeah, the lineup has been fun. Again, I'm not sure exactly when it comes to like streaming Deadlock. I'm not sure exactly when that's gonna be happening, because again, Deadlock still has a weird, funky optimization performance issues that can still happen after a few matches. Like sometimes, you know, sometimes I think like it might be something with either behind the scenes or memory leak or some sort of data overflow might be happening, because I've had scenarios where not really akin to how Marvel Rivals had that issue, but something in that vein of after a few consecutive matches, I get to a point where my performance gets wonky. But sometimes a relaunch, I think, can fix it. Nothing to the point of a crash. I don't think I've not gotten into that bad of a scenario, but something similar to that. In some cases, depending on which characters are on the lineup in the match, that sort of thing. So because of that, I'm still kind of avoiding, you know, streaming the game. I might, if an opportunity of playing it with somebody, sure, but on my own, I think I'm just gonna keep it on the side until it gets to a more stable form, because I just don't want to bother, because the last time I've had like weird issues with it on stream, so yeah, I'm not gonna deal with that, because yeah. But definitely interesting. I'm still keeping an eye out. I'm still playing it. I'm loving the game. I'm really enjoying it. It's an interesting take. It's hard to say, because to me the game feels odd. It feels different than, like, some people call it a hero shooter, some people call it a MOBA, but it's a weird breed of both to me. And I think some other people have talked about it more interested in a more better in-depth sort of way. I'm still kind of putting my thoughts on it, or trying to kind of, because to me it doesn't feel it doesn't even feel to like the traditional or even like the more experimental MOBAs. Because the first time around when I saw that game, to me it always felt like it always felt a bit out of place, considering that even Valve themselves already have a hero shooter style of game, already have a MOBA style of game, already have a tactics shooter as well, you know, cooperative, you know, Team Fortress, Dota, CS. To me, Deadlock felt like it felt like it existed in like a weird space where somehow it like took a few elements from each, but they've changed it up a bit, like the way itemization works with the characters, the way the itemization affects abilities, which is something maybe probably a bit more closer and akin to Blizzard's Heroes of the Storm, I would like to say, actually, because Blizzard doesn't Heroes of the Storm didn't have a shop system. It had a talent system where you got effects and buffs. It technically still has that, although it's a linear sort of style, where the ability gets better and gets some additional effects or some major stat changes, like cooldown, damage scaling, that sort of thing, or sometimes maybe gets an additional bonus mini effect. Like for example, Graves' ultimate, the Tombstone. Initially, when on first level, you put it down and it starts spawning skeletons, while on max level, when you put it down, a few skeletons are immediately spawned, and that sort of thing. Sometimes like small effects. Venator's ultimate, for example, like another example that comes to mind right now, is initially the last shot is considered an execute, while when it's max rank, all 3 shots are considered holy shots that can deal an execute if the enemy are low enough. I'm not sure if they added something akin to that, but I would have loved if Venator might have had some sort of indicator. I don't know, to me it feels like a nice like quality effect of having like a small indicator or something that kind of clues you in when an enemy is within execute kind of HP range. Because I've tried to guess a few times, like, okay, let me just grab them, let me just get this free kill, and they're still alive with like some slivers of HP. I'm like, okay, where's the fucking rage? Because it's hard to estimate by squares at times. I'm not sure if, to be fair, the squares are I'm pretty sure are a consistent number, but I have to double check if there is like something specific that you can probably visualize with the squares. That would be nice. That'd be a good way to kind of like see it. I wonder if the critical health, to be fair, if the critical health might be a good indicator, but the critical health I think happens at too low of a damage range to really matter. Like you know, critical damage at that point kind of indicates that any sort of ability could probably one-shot the enemy. So I don't think that's a good indicator. But anyways, that's a weird side thing. But yeah, even aside from the abilities, even the items have this additional effect. Plus the whole concept of some of the itemization really help out a build. And I've heard like some interesting discussion where people kind of discuss this, that compared to like some other MOBA style games where every character kind of falls into certain style of builds, Deadlock is way more built into a moment-to-moment sort of scenario. Deadlock, like the itemization in Deadlock, is not really designed into this idea of every time you're playing with X character, you're doing a build. You're always gonna have this kind of core. Sometimes, yes, you might have some core sets just because of certain elements, but aside from a few that might be core, anything else, it's free game in the sense that it really depends on who you have as a lane partner, who you're fighting against. Are you winning? Are you losing? What exactly is the scenario on the team? Who do you need to counter? And a lot of things of that scenario. Like, I can give you a good example. Last night I've also played Street Brawl, the new game mode. It's neat. I have my gripes with it, but overall I like it. I played a bit of Street Brawl. I got Graves, and one of the enemies was a Vindicta. And she, at the beginning of the game, she was a problem. To me specifically because of how the Graves kit is designed. She has a hard time to actually combat Vindicta. And literally the first two rounds were a sweep for the enemy team. They absolutely dominated us, and Vindicta was basically rose onto the fucking top immediately. To be fair, yeah, there was the factor that some of the teammates who could have probably countered her or fought against her could have probably do something, and not a lot was done. But that's another thing. What I wanted to talk about this experience is, after the next few rounds, I started getting a few abilities. I got an active ability called Disarming Hex, which basically throws a projectile that gives a short temporary disarm debuff, which basically means that you cannot use your weapon while under that effect. And Vindicta is heavily focused on being gun build. Like, most of her kit doesn't really, like, puts her into advantageous positions to do her gun thing, but that's kind of it. And even her ultimate is just a more powerful version of her gun. So disarming her basically also disarms her ultimate. So I got that. At some point, I think literally at the turning point, when they had 2 rounds, already 2 wins, and we had nothing. So basically they could have had a flawless win. I got the knockdown ability, which is an spirit's ability that has an anvil effect, where basically you have this wind up stun effect that you apply on a specific target, and then they get stunned, and I think depending on what ability kits you might have, you could probably avoid it to some extent, but not really. It's basically an immediate denial, and if you are, for any aerial characters that get stunned, they get put immediately onto the ground. So the moment I saw that I had the anvil item available for during my roulette options, I got it immediately, and it changed the game immediately. Those 2 items completely shifted the game. Like, now Vindicta was no longer a threat. I had 2 items that countered her. Then the rest of the teammates could also go and more easily fight her, now being grounded. Because, to be fair, not a lot of the team had a ton of good things to deal with her, while, you know, having the advantageous kind of aerial position. So once I got those abilities, grounded her, which also allowed me to fight her as well. She was no longer the threat. There were other characters who were the threat. We were able to take 2 round wins. So now we were literally at the we are basically at the sudden death round. We lost, unfortunately, but it really showed that itemization, it's in more cases than not, is built around more on a moment-to-moment sort of gameplay than necessarily you have X character, you lean into the X sort of builds. And some can even though characters have a lot of variety, and that's also like another thing. A ton of the characters have a bit of variety. It's a bit more akin to some of the more bigger MOBAs, but not all MOBAs do that, where each character can have a bit, depending on what items you get. Items are so varied in purpose and utility and scope that it really can elevate what sort of playstyle and can shift what sort of playstyle you have. You can have characters that can fully focus in being support style of characters and having sort of support builds, and items can help, can basically facilitate some of the aspects of your kit that might be lacking, while at the same time they could be fully aggressive debuffers and basically enhance what they can already do, or in some cases offer them greater opportunities to deal with enemies where otherwise they would have a harder time. So it has this kind of like counter meta system, kind of akin to what Overwatch initially had. I'm not sure if they kind of went back to that kind of traditional style, because that's what, for those who do not know, OG players might remember this. Initially, Overwatch 1, even though now I've heard that Overwatch has rebranded itself once again back to Overwatch 1 and started saying like, oh yeah, we're bringing story back, we're bringing new heroes, which is kind of funny in a really ironic sort of way. But that's like another thing. I'm talking about OG Overwatch, like 2016, 2017, when that got released. Was it 2017 or 2018? I forgot. Anyways, that sort of thing. That's released. Overwatch at that time, it was a hero shooter where the core concept and core playstyle and core design was a counter pick sort of game. The main strategy in that game, you created a team. You went into a team fight. You saw how those team fights evolved, and based on the outcomes, be it that the other one side of the team was doing better than the other, you started to change up your tactics, your strategy, and in a lot of scenarios, you maybe even swapped heroes to something that could better combat. Now, one of the things that I really liked about the kind of counterpick sort of design that initial Overwatch had is in many scenarios it wasn't necessarily like a hard line where a ton of characters were like counterpick, like where someone was a really good hero against X and that was it. Depending on the skill level of the player, they could have still dealt with them. A simple example, which is a obvious counterpick, an obvious counterpick back in the day. If the enemy team had a Bastion that, just sentried somewhere and was basically decimating, the easiest and simplest counterpick you could have done was Genji doing the deflect and just basically immediately jump in front of the Bastion, deflect, and let him just basically bullet dump in his own face with the Genji deflect, because the duration of the deflect was enough for just basically Bastion to just wipe himself out with his own weapon. But a smart player, a smart Bastion player who saw a Genji about to come up, would have basically just have a safer sort of trigger. Maybe in worst case scenarios, they would have gotten a bit of damage, but then immediately stopped and waited for that Genji to deflect to end. Or in some scenarios, even like fully ignore it, like not even getting any sort of a disadvantage out of it, and just be like, oh, okay, you just moved yourself, let me just remove myself from the sentry and still attack you in other ways. Okay, I did really enjoy the rework of Bastion a lot more in Overwatch 2. I think like he was a bit more of an interesting kid, but yeah, Overwatch then kind of evolved into this more like brawler shooter where the counter pick system sort of vanished. Everyone felt, tanks felt like just beefier DPSs. DPSs were just squishy. Support style characters, some were lacking compared to others, depending of the scenario. Like those are like the only ones that felt like still kind of kept a bit of that role. from my understanding, they've now once again kind of like split themselves once more into like different sort of like character roles once more, which again really funny because that's kind of how it started. Again, OG players might have remembered that we had the DPS role, the tank role, the healer role, and also we had the support defender role, where you had a mix of obvious defender characters like Torbjorn, I think Hanzo, usually the snipers were there, but also some other more interesting, what were back in the day more utility focused characters like Symmetra, because of how Symmetra's kit functioned initially, which was more of a utility area denial sort of character, with her deployable turrets and you know, she could apply shields. Those were kind of like dinky. Her microwave beam was usually the funniest thing. But yeah, and basically that's it. It has that kind of sort of system, but instead of kind of, you know, going back myself to the point I was talking about, which has this kind of like counter system as well as Overwatch, but where instead of having the counters be the characters, the counters are the kit. So that basically allows you a bit of flexibility, especially because, you know, the way the queuing system works, you pick which characters you want to get queued into. Kind of almost akin to how, again, pretty similar to how Heroes of the Storm does it, but because of the limited roster, and also probably to offer a bit of variety and not to have people be like one tricks, they force you into having at least 3 characters picked. So that way you can jump into a game and not have the issue. Initially, I'm guessing it was probably a roster thing, just to make sure that everyone had a chance to play with everyone, and you know, the player base was not big enough. But then I think the design choice was kept also as a way to kind of encourage players to, you know, have a bit of variety in their play styles and not be one tricks, so they can diversify. Yeah, because of how the system works, where you can't really, you know, adapt based on. You can't really adapt your character pick based on your team composition or anything like that. Because even if you party, I saw like there are ways I think you can abuse it, or like you can. Some people have figured out like ways of kind of how the character picker works, and figure out how to kind of basically line up your priority picks in a pre-made in such a way where you have, in some cases, either a guarantee or a high chance of each player within the group to kind of get their character. And I think based on those, you could probably have like some sort of team stacks, but how it works traditionally, or how most people who don't try to like game the system, you have no control. Even in a pre-made team, you have no control of what's the team composition or anything of the sorts, outside of at best maybe having the entire group kind of focus on specific roles, and basically having picks that facilitate that role, but not necessarily synergies between the characters, because there are characters with really good synergies that I've had like I've had fucking trouble to deal with. I think the one that to me caused the most trouble to me was Abrams and Bebop. If I was I've had like twice in a day, 2 games in a row, where for some reason on the other lane I've had a team up of Abrams and Bebop, and it's an insane team up. They combo with each other so well, they synergize so well. It was an absolute pain, especially because Apollo was unreleased at the time. Because one of the things why I've put Apollo as probably one of my highlights of this lineup, he's probably going to be one of my few characters where I'm going to have a fun time, or not really feel like it's going to be a pain to fight against characters like Lash, Bebop, Abrams, because you have tools that can deny some of the more insane parts of their kits. Abrams being how easily he can combo his wall stun and melee, and in most scenarios you can't really, there's no way for you to escape that. You're just gonna get meleeed. That's basically it if he gets you in a wall stun. Bebop's in most scenarios is the bomb, because the stack modifier just gets to crazy numbers, and the repost is just gonna allow me to deny some of the annoying insane damage that the bomb does. But of course, also more obvious things like the grab and all that are gonna be a good way to kind of avoid. And Lash, again, similar thing of his crowd control effects. As he ults, I can just simply deny that and not have to basically worry about it. And of course, there's probably going to be some other characters here and there, but to me, those three have always been kind of like the highlights of my biggest annoyance to deal with, and not really having ways to kind of counter. Because others, you kind of like play around some of the kits if you know how they work, and if you remember like, bruh, that ult works that way, you can probably play around it. Because there could be some other ones that do like funky things, but that's usually. But anyways, boy, I think I went in an insane rant of gaming in general, mostly focused, I guess, Warframe and Deadlock, without actually being a bit more also on subject today. But no worries, usually the first hour is a bit of a warm-up. There's gonna be a lot to talk about. We'll have to see how much I can grab today, because I wanted to cover a good chunk today, but we'll have to see how I feel about it by the end of it. Because we might have to extend it. It might be a bit of a lengthier stream this time around, mostly because of this book has many topics and many interesting things to kind of look at, which is gonna be fun. I'm gonna enjoy it a lot, but it's just one of those things where it's gonna be a lot to cover. And that big beamsaber, I recently grabbed it through a friend, through a connection. They basically helped me out to be like, here, have access to the game. We're gonna look through it. There's a ton to cover within that game. We're gonna talk about a lot more in detail, probably after we take our scheduled ad break for it. But that's definitely the plan, because yeah, it has a lot. It has like a lot of things, like just the introductory section is like, what? Actually, no, it's not that lengthy. It's like 28-ish pages, let's call it. Which will be the amount I want to cover today. Which, actually, now that I'm doing that, I'm looking at the numbers, I think it's doable. I think we can do it. We're probably gonna have to extend it for a bit, but this is definitely the amount I want to look, because it's a lot. Because you have like basics, you have like 2 other chapters for 2 other concepts, 2 other elements of the book, plus then technically 3 chapters for like other 3 elements. You have like downtime. You have the GM section, which is included as part of the main book, which is amazing, but also at the same time insane. Is there like a specific chapter for like things like combat? I think it's mentioned in this specific section, I think. I had to like figure out where exactly. It could be in the first chapter, but I would be surprised if it's in the first chapter. And to have like such a quick, coverage of it. Like, really? It really? Hold up. Just to understand, I'm looking for the combat chapter, but I'm having a hard time to like specifically pinpoint. Oh yeah, this is the combat section, by just looking at the table of contents. Okay, fiction first, vehicles. That makes advancements. Yeah, I feel like it initially feels like it's quantum faction, but it's not. Think not. Hold up. Okay, you have the course. You have the game. Let me look at this. To be fair, it might be a bit different just because it it utilizes a system that I'm not fully familiar with myself. So that could be a possibility. Don't see a reference where to look at. Okay, you have the playbook. That's something different. Okay. Maybe it is here. I'm just crazy about it. Don't see it. I see like downtime activity. Huh. I guess we'll figure it out as we go. Yeah, I just don't see it. Huh, interesting. To be fair, it's I'm not too familiar with the system itself, so there might be some elements about it that, yeah, I just don't. I'm just assuming other things and with it, which is fine, I'm open to like deal with some surprising elements. You try to at the very least line this up, but yeah, this one is gonna be interesting to look over just because I've had this discussion before as a possible alternative and something for me to like kind of look into. But anyhow, so yeah, I'm gonna end the general like gaming discussion for today. We've talked a good chunk and got a bit ranty just because, you know, I like talking about games. And we'll talk more about certain things in other times when it's a bit more relevant. I don't know, just some. It's one of those things where, you know, whenever the hyperfixation hits, I usually kind of like talk about it because that's usually the thing I've done or what I've kind of been looking for. And sometimes I kind of like feel like maybe I should like lean a bit more into the hyperfixation in the sense of maybe I should just cover it a bit more. Just because of it, like, you know, as I've said before, because of also covering Enfield, we've kind of run a bi-weekly thing with not bi-weekly, bi-month, once every 2 weeks, let's call it, kind of thing with Warframe and Final Fantasy 14. So, you know, it offers us a bit of time to just go for the main storyline of Enfield, and it just delayed a ton of progression and a ton of things with Warframe in general. And because of how heavily I got into Warframe, at times it feels a bit too restricting the way I kind of like imposed myself to kind of, you know, manage and deal with the game, and putting these and the limitation that I put myself so I don't accidentally step into other things as I'm not streaming, because at the very least, like, interesting moments, I would like to like cover them, also have them experience on stream. To also, you know, offer maybe some thoughts, some ideas, some opinions, that sort of thing. So yeah, sometimes I'm thinking about if maybe I should like rethink it how I'm doing that, so we can, like, at the very least I can keep some of the game stuff there. And we'll see how we'll do it. But anyhow, I'm gonna take a quick break now, because an ad is about to come up in less than a minute. And then, when I come back, we're actually getting on topic with some ttrpg discussions, and we are done with the hourly warm-up. So yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, there we go. Now, let's actually get into the topic at hand, that being Beamsaber, which is the game we are checking out today, and I think for a good while actually, because it's a lot. It's gonna be quite a lot. Now, to kind of quickly, from what I've seen of it right now and summarize, and I'm also gonna slightly paraphrase a few of the descriptions on the itch.io description. But yeah, Beamsaber, first and foremost, it's a forge in the dark game, so it uses the Blaze in the Dark system. role-playing and RPG. Which is probably one of the reasons why I'm a bit confused of the structure. Simply because I'm not fully familiar. I've not really played anything. I've not played a Blaze in the Dark game or seen any or looked into any Forge in the Dark system sort of game. I just may not fully know of the rules of play and how exactly the concept of dice rolling. I know it's a lot more cause and effect sort of scenarios where the dice help facilitate a ton of like ramifications on what exactly is going to be the outcome. Kind of akin to Daggerheart, because if I'm not mistaken, Daggerheart utilizes is inspired quite heavily from Blaze in the Dark as well, and how the rolling with faith and rolling with fear kind of works. From what I know, Blaze in the Dark has something similar to that, where results depending on certain modifiers or certain effects have, you know, things can be good but not as good as you want them to be. There could be some sort of like negative effect tied to them, or some sort of upcoming, not necessarily negative effect, but it happens, but there's something else that you have to deal with. It's kind of a yes but sort of scenario, or yes and then a full on yes. So that's kind of like the main thing. But it is a game that is heavily, you know, inspired in the idea that, you know, you're playing a pilot who controls insane, gigantic machines of war, as you can see with the cover, quite traditionally depicted as humanoid vehicles, but they can be anything that you want them to be. And it mentions that it focused quite a lot onto the theme of, you know, you're playing as pilots, trying to do your part, and hoping that you're getting out of this physically and mentally intact. While, you know, the organizations out there perpetuate what it's called as the war, where their entities are so big that they're almost impossible or incomprehensible to take down. So there's no such thing as winning this war, only surviving it, and hopefully more others outside of just you can survive. So it has heavy mecha, kind of mecha anime sort of themes. I think maybe a lot more than I would probably see with Lancer. And this is kind of one of the other differentiating factors than, you know, with Lancer. This game heavily focused on both having a pilot character with its own traits and characteristics and basically quirks and abilities, while at the same time having also a custom vehicle that, again, it can be designed however you want. Could be a lot more kind of the mecha traditional kind of humanoid shape, or it can be something completely bizarre with their own equipment, abilities, tools. You literally have separate sections for the pilots, for the vehicle. And aside from that, you also have an additional element, an additional side aspect of also the squad, where you as a group, you as a party basically decide what your team is about, and you literally have types of squads which focus on certain concepts, from spies and politics to just purely being frontline warriors, to assassins, to just profiteers, you know, basically mercenaries, to all sorts of other tropes within the genre. So not only you decide for yourself what you are as a pilot, and also what kind of mecha you have, and you have in-depth options with the two, but also as a group you decide what kind of crew you are, and based on that you also have kind of a squad character sheet, kind of a squad perk system built around it. So it's a lot more in depth than I would say Lancer is in that aspect, where Lancer is heavily focused on just the idea and just the concept of you're there for the mecha fights, you're there to just combat. It facilitates combat within the mecha side of or the mecha is within the actual vehicles, and it does not facilitate or support any sort of form of play or system of play where the pilots have a ton of influence within the game system itself through their traits or abilities, or anything akin. And even the game structure is in many aspects is kind of game-ish design, how I like to kind of call it. You have kind of a prep lobby phase, kind of like, I kind of put this kind of like terminology to it. Then you have the mission phase, which is just how the mission evolves, which could be a singular session, a multiple session. And then you have basically the epilogue of the missions, the kind of the post the kind of like, you know, grab your rewards kind of end of mission sort of screen sort of scenarios that you get in a game, where it's quite obvious that yes, you could probably easily facilitate elements of roleplay at the end and start of the mission, but the meat of it, the actual mission of the game and the mission side of the game, it doesn't really facilitate, it doesn't really encourage. There's no systems to kind of push heavily more onto the other aspects of social utility. You're just out there to be mechs, to fight things and be there as damage dealers, some kind of like support frontline, tanks, artillery, anything else of that kind of, you know, combat sort of style, but nothing in the more social, you know, role-playing, interacting on a human-to-human basis. And that means that if you want to facilitate that through Lancer, if in case you actually enjoy the setting to some extent, the way everything is represented, everything is designed, you kind of have to do a bit of the heavy lifting yourself in trying to adapt certain elements, or try to kind of work at it probably a lot more free flow. Like me personally, when I kind of read more into Lancer and when we covered it, I immediately went with the personal feeling and personal decision that I would personally not follow the structure of how the game kind of tells you to follow the game structure. Like I would be a bit more free flowing, and you know, the prep phase, the mission, and the end phase kind of works, where you know, I would allow and facilitate elements of roleplay, elements of interactability, and probably to some extent I might even have to put in a bit of the effort and interpreting certain elements of design or certain concepts as elements that the players can utilize for roleplay. Maybe even certain mech abilities could be translated also as pilot traits, and that they can use nothing too obvious like actual weapons, but there are certain talents and elements of the pilots that could probably be translated outside of the mecha. And I've even seen, if you were to like read the book, there's also like are mentions in, you know, flavor text, and there are elements of war building that I think you can easily take and interpret and somehow adapt into how exactly this would facilitate in a roleplay scenario. But again, that means that you'll probably have to do a ton of the heavy lifting. While, you know, a Blades in the Dark, the Forged in the Dark system is more, it's more akin. It focuses also, it facilitates the role-playing factor in equal amounts to the combat and, you know, game side, or, you know, factor as well. And as we've seen here, the game literally tells you, and I can even show it to you, that the entire table of contents, you have the basic section, you have the pilots chapter, you have a here you have the vehicles, which is basically means the mechas. They're just called vehicles in this game. You have basically a full-on dedicated chapter to the mechas. Then you have a full-on dedicated chapter to the squad and factions, downtime activities, and game master. The playbooks refer to the types of here, like the pilot playbooks and the squad playbooks refer to the type of pilot or squad that you have available as part of the core set. There's also like a game master section as well, and of course you also have like the lore section. But what I would like to say, that this game clearly from the very beginning, it tells you that this game has a lot more focus on the story and roleplay aspect, when the first part of this book is an intro storyline that is 12 pages long. Like at page 20, you just get into the actual basic rules. The intro story, we're not going to look at it. That's for you to check. Mostly because, you know, I want to also support this book as well. And as I've said, akin to many other times, I'm not going to look at the playbooks in this scenario because of how things are structured, and thankfully they're like easily put together. I'm not going to look at the playbooks. Some other elements I'm probably also going to like avoid to some extent, like probably here like pilot actions in depth. I'm not going to look at it. There is a mention here actually, pilot versus pilot and player versus player, which I think there are some elements of combat mentioned in some other sides. But yeah, the thing that I was like, it really kind of threw me off. I was trying to like kind of like look at the chapters and kind of figure out the structure is. There's no clear mention of where's the combat, like where exactly do you talk about how a combat scenario, you know, being that, you know, you're also a mecha game, you're gonna have like combat fights, be it as a pilot or. And the more I look at it, I think they might be. I think they might be separated depending on the chapters, like because I see it mentioned here, so there might be elements of discussing about combat here within the pilot, like what exactly the pilot can do in a fighting scenario, what exactly the vehicle can do, and I'm guessing within the basic, the core system, within these 27, 28-ish pages, I think that's just gonna cover the entire combat section. I think it is, because I see aspects of like resistance, clocks, gameplay cycle, which basically kind of refers to how you run a game, how you run a combat scenario, mission scenario, like end of missions, end of sessions, linked missions. So I think it's just gonna be covered today in like the basics, because simply because of how this system works and how this is kind of supports and facilitates these elements. Yeah, it's quite in depth. There's a lot of things to cover. So as I said before, once again, to kind of like facilitate, my interest here is to look at the core elements and core concepts and core mechanics of the game. I'm not here to look and talk about and showcase detailed aspects, like a more in-depth, more customization elements, like, you know, what types of pilots you can be, or what sort of set of actions you can do, especially with the depth that we have here. I don't think I'm gonna look. In some other systems, yes, I might look at the nitty-gritty, just because there might not be a lot, and that means that the actions are a main aspect of the game, of each of those separate actions. In here, I don't think I'm gonna look through them. You know, things like equipment, types of character options, or like and vehicle options here, and also squad options. So yeah, the way I think we're gonna separate it is it's literally by chapters, because of how much we have. It's the book itself has what, and this is the core book, over 400 pages if we include the appendices. Over 400 pages of content for you to look at and to cover. And the crazy thing is, this is not the only thing you get. Like, let me check each page again, which I'm also gonna link here, like, in a bit. So just from the base, just from the initial download, you get you have the version, you have a supply drop, which well, you have the quick starter guide, you have an intro story, which is pretty neat. These are like freely available. Oh yeah, here you have the pilot creation, which is a separate PDF. You have the squad creation, you have the vehicle creation, which I'm suspecting that it's literally the chapters within the major book, just separated so you can hand it out directly to the player, so you don't have to bother about the entire thing, which is nice. You have a session zero guide, you have faction and region sheets, you have a squad playbook, you have the reference sheets, the resources, which zip file. You have the actual book that I'm showing right now, the pilot handbook, as a separate thing, which is, you know, the pilot options. Like the playbooks are you know, the customization options, while, you know, the actual pilot creation, squad creation, vehicle creation, those are, I'm suspecting these are going to be like the fully in-depth chapters here. Like, from the looks of it, a lot of them are just elements of the actual core book separated, but I think like there's also some elements simplified, and I can even say with things like, let's say, the resources, you have elements like maps, the tick clock, which I'm guessing has something to do with the combat rounds, or like how combat runs, as well as stuff like you also have like elements of how to use it in Roll20, and things like that. You even have like a spreadsheet. You have maps, you have even stream overlays. This system also encourages a lot of, like, you know, content creator, and equally as, you know, actual play friendly in its resource manual, as well as you know, it offers you immediate guidelines in how to make, like, you know, supplementary content as well, which also has like a ton of supplements. Like, the main page already links a ton of it. Even like the main author, Austin Ramsey, has additional supplements. One of them which really it's kind of the main thing that really made me look into this system more, is literally, there's one called the Dracula somehow they made a supplement where, oh yeah, you're a vampire pilot in a mech. How exactly does that work? You'll see more detail in there. I don't have the supplement, I just have the core stuff. But then it starts listing other. I'm not sure if the authors also, these designers also participate into the actual. Let me look. Is there like there's a credits section here? Do I see? Okay, I see names here mentioned. Editing, opening story, Austin Walker. Art, sensitivity, reading, cartography. I don't see mentions of designers. Additional. Also, Pierre. Piece of all the people worked on other like design elements, like printable sheets and materials. And also like inspiration, like resources. That's really cool. I really like how, you know, friendly it is, and it really encourages also the aspect of, you know, link to things that you are gonna reference. Like it even has like a requirement for like the supplement. If you ever make a supplement, if you are gonna reference anything from either the core book or from additional supplements, it is mandatory for you to have it linked as soon as possible within the actual full book. Like basically within the first few pages, you need to clearly have a disclaimer where you mention what books are referenced and immediately link them to where they can be acquired. As I think it mentions like within the first 20 pages. So basically you kind of need to have like a credits disclaimer kind of, you know, a right section in the first few pages, which I really like. That, you know, that's kind of like a clearly mandated. It's very, you know, creator friendly in that sense. And even like the page itself, everything on this main page, which now I think I'm actually gonna link it because I've talked about it a lot. So here, it's also gonna be on the YouTube VOD linked in the description, but you're also gonna have it available in the chats here, so you don't have to Google it yourself. Even though if you were to like search Beamsaber, I'm pretty sure it's probably one of the first things you have available. But yeah, immediately after it mentions the supplements, it also mentions like actual plays and links them directly to like the YouTube versions, podcasts, wherever they may be covered. I think it's basic. I think it covers all of them if that might exist. I'm not sure how niche Beamsaber is. I think I've heard it in passing here and there, but I'm at the very least I've not been as familiar as I've been in recent weeks or months, better said. With it, but you know, it's heavily, you know, supporter friendly, and you have links to a ton of things just from the main page. And it also has like a quick start PDF, so you can even get a quick idea of the game without having to initially buy it. So plus an intro story, so literally you can just grab it and get a quick look at it and kind of get a vibe of what the game is about, which is really cool. And honestly, with all the content you get from this, the $30 bundle, I feel like it's worth the price overall. I think I would also recommend it. Plus, from the looks of it, there is also part of a bundle right now, which you also get the pack, which is a GM-less Blades in the Dark or Forge in the Dark game, and another one of Austin Ramsey's. Tech for Tech Jam. I wonder what this is about. Of some of the tech that I've created for Forge in the Dark, some of it appears into my Beamsaber and the pack. Oh, the pack is also created by Austin. I see. Some of the stuff is tinkering with the upcoming unnamed Crunchier, even more than Beamsaber, Forge in the Dark game. Oh, they also have like another one in the works. Neat. Oh yeah, elements of like gear, positioning, action, squads, abilities, obstacles. Okay, so I guess technically this is seen as, within the Forge of the Dark community, it's seen a bit of as crunchier than what I'm guessing what you'd expect out of Forge of the Dark, which I can appreciate. Something I can full on respect. I don't mind crunch. I don't shy away from it. Hence, you know, why I was kind of like interested in Lancer. But one of the things and why I wanted to look into this game system as well, outside of you know, just wanted to check more game systems, is that I've had discussions with people you know, that have played Lancer, and one of the big warnings that I've got is, hey, it's gonna be a rough time, especially as a first time game master. There are like some funky interactions and funky things of balance if you are not fully aware of how the kind of game kind of like rolls itself out, and you're gonna realize really quick there are weird funky interactions that happen and probably could get abused and getting like weird scenarios, in many cases in fun ways, but sometimes it can create like rough moments where you just simply couldn't have predicted just because of the nature of the game, or at the least simply because you're not yet familiar enough to know that this is going to cause issues in some aspects compared to others. And also the main aspect that, you know, it does not really facilitate roleplay. And from my side of the table, and from at the least with the people that I've played in recent years, and with my own interest of running my own one-shot as well, I know that there are those within the group that want roleplay to also be a factor as well. They can't just simply have the combat, and they've discussed, because they've actually played a bit of Lancer, and they mentioned that, you know, the Game Master didn't really have any sort of like flexibility of incorporating roleplay, even though, as I said, I could see roleplay can be incorporated in Lancer. It's a bit more heavy lifting on the Game Master side for it than necessarily other system would offer you. And, you know, Beamsaber has been recommended to me as being like, oh, if you have people that care about roleplay and all that, maybe look into this game as well. I think this game might be a better option for you and for your group than Lancer would be on its own. Plus, you know, plus removing the issues that even as a first-time player or first-time, you know, game master, you might not have that big of an issue, you know, running it, and that cause you know, unfortunate scenarios where, you know, the players might have less than ideal experiences. So that's also like another reason this facilitates a lot more heavier elements and more themes about, because to me mecha, and for those especially who are probably like fans of mecha, it's not just about the pilots, not the pilots, sorry, it's not just about the mechs, it's not just about the big robot fighting, it's about the human element, the pilots, of course, the themes of war, politics, and it gives you know, a simple example for those who are in, you know, in the Gundam fan base, probably know that when, you know, when you know, when enemies of Zeon, no, not the enemies, when Zeon mentioned or the fear of the White Devil, they weren't necessarily just referring to the, you know, the Gundam and the RX-78-2 model themselves. They were also mentioning, you know, it's the White Devil because of Amuro, the pilot. Like, he was the White Devil. Like, no, whatever mech he piloted, basically that's why you were gonna have a bad time, because it wasn't just the, you know, the vehicle themselves or the machine of war itself that was the threat. It was the person inside, and how, you know, what was their relationship with the war, how they viewed the war, how they viewed other people that they fought, and even the rivalry relationship between them and their, you know, the enemy faction or rivals or enemies, let's call them, because there are elements of tension there, heavy build up in that, you know, for those who probably watch some of the chronological aspects of Gundam, and kind of how it really evolves, where, you know, you have this rivalry of Char and Amuro that then at some point evolves into a kind of a partnership, and then once again devolves into a rivalry because of ideologies, perspectives, how they see each other. It's odd. So yeah, it's still heavily about the human factor. If you want to stay like in a shorter format and still within the Gundam series, Thunderbolt to me, I think, especially because it's newer-ish. I think it's somewhere released in the 2010s. I forgot exactly when was it released in 2010s, but it's a newer-ish in the Gundam series, so, you know, higher quality of animation and all of that. But it's a shorter story, it's a shorter narrative, kind of comprised within itself with its own cast of characters. with also kind of a flipped storyline that really shows you that in war in many cases in war there's no good sides, or there are evils on both sides of the front. You know, there are people who are gonna revel in war and revel in violence, no matter if maybe from a wider perspective you would see one of the factions being objectively better than the other, or having a greater cause than the other. At the end of the day, at the micro scale, they are awful people on both fronts, and this really Thunderbolt really shows it, because it kind of really flips the perspective. What probably most traditional like Gundam fans would have seen as who's the protagonist, who's the antagonist. As in this scenario, Zeon are soldiers of Zeon are seen as more in a protagonist sort of depiction, while pilots from the New Federation are seen as more of the antagonists and villains, and how exactly they treat each other, and what exactly are their own goals in lives and their own perspectives and their own beliefs and views. And can see that it shows the human element. I think, like, honestly, Thunderbolt is probably one of the best you can see. It's way shorter. I forgot exactly how long it is. Let me check. I think I can like Google it. Thunderbolt. It has 27 episodes, but if I'm not mistaken, it was across 2 seasons. I think oh wait, no. So Thunderbolt is no, I'm looking at it says volumes. No, this is the manga. 8 episodes. It's an 8 episodes long series. All of them within like the traditional runtime of like 20-ish minutes. So it's a pretty quick binge in a weekend, I think. It's like, yeah, honestly, probably one of the best ones that you can see that really shows that human element, I would say, and that it's more than just about the mecha fights. Plus, if you really like jazz, you're gonna have a lot of fun, a lot of jazz in this as well. It's good soundtrack. Anyways, that's it with just me ranting in general about things related to mecha and Beamsaber, and why I'm interested in looking at Beamsaber specifically. Now, let's actually look a bit more into the nitty-gritty of... Actually, no, it fits just right. Of the game. Once again, the game is designed by Austin Ramsey. It's based around the Blades in the Dark game system. It utilizes the Forge in the Dark basic system, and Creative Commons attribution under that license, down by John Hopper, so that sort of thing. As well, I'm just gonna like quickly scroll through this. There's been a lot of like supporters, people who worked on this, like on many like creative aspects. So I'm not gonna go about it. Also, like, really cool, like, one of the resources, because I see it mentioned here, one of the in the resource section for creating your own supplements, it even tells you like what fonts they use, what is their basically their art bible when it comes to like color, their color guides and color palettes and all that, and even gives you a link to the fonts and how to get it, and how to have access to the fonts used in this game system as well. It's really cool. So you can easily like recreate supplements that follow the artistic and the structural guidelines that this book follows, which is really nice. Of course, the list of playtesters as well. The elements of player resources, it's also mentioned here, which is really cool. Printable sheets, digital versions as well. As I said, stream overlays for anyone interested in doing actual plays. The game gives you some standardized layouts in case you don't have the resources yourself to create your own custom ones. At the very least, they offer you a few templates of varying party sizes and and alignments depending on how exactly you want to present the game and present your stream, which is really cool. I really like this. This is honestly, I think like actual plays, and I'm hoping that streams like this, like what I'm doing here, and content like I'm doing here, like, and discussions and content creation in general, is a big thing that really helps out in the games, in the tabletop systems, anything like, to be fair, anything independent. People talking about it and sharing it around and discussing topics around it and playing it are the ones that really help out this not only this space itself, but even individual products grow. So I like this sort of acknowledgement and understanding that, hey, these communities, this niche within the community that this book is going to generate is going to help me a lot in elevating this book, or probably having more eyes on it, and basically you receiving more support for it. So I should also support them or offer them a starting point as well, especially for those who are just at the beginnings, because even the smaller ones, even one additional set of eyes looking at this book or finding about this system could mean that some point in the near future that person is going to convince other three or four friends to be like, hey, let's have some games together and play it and buy it. And depending on how dedicated the other players are, they might also, a few of them, buy the game themselves and share it around and play with other people and so on. That's kind of like a cascading sort of effect, almost like a snowball effect. But it's really important. I really appreciate that being a heavy element kind of emphasized here. But direct links to anyone who's done any sort of like art design elements within the books as well, even ones who've designed here, even a Twitter page or a beamsaber bot. I'm gonna look on my own just first, so I'm not gonna all that. I'm just curious, what exactly is a beamsaber bot? Oh, randomly generates pilots, mecha squads, and missions for beamsaber. Oh, that's actually kind of neat. And it basically does a ton of posts. It has like a ton of posts of like mission details, trouble surprises, mission connections, lawyers group contact. Interesting things. To be fair, the bot has stopped posting since April 6, 2023. So it's been like almost 3 years since this has been posted last. Although it is a bot where you can probably create, you can just guessing you can interact with within the platform, and it can offer you like some prompts. But cool concept, nonetheless. I like that. Yeah, now, to get to the table contents, I just realized that I've been like 40 minutes ranting about this in mecha things in general. It's fine. So, once again, as I said before, not gonna check the intro story. That's something for you to look at, something for you to read, and because of that, I recommend you buying the game. If you want to actually see this, we're gonna start with the basics and hopefully go through the entire chapter of the basics up to like page 47, which is like 27-ish pages. Hopefully we can cover that. I'm gonna extend it for as long as needed. As I said before, I'm here to look at the core concepts. I don't think there's a lot of elements of listed features or listed options within this first chapter, but an element that is going to be clearly obvious with other chapters in future streams. I'm not going to look at the nitty-gritty aspects of types of pilots, types of customization for pilots, vehicles, anything else of the sorts. I'm here to look at the core mechanics, core aspects of those elements and systems, and have my discussions on it, opinions on it, that sort of thing. And that's kind of where I started. So, because again, I want to encourage you to look at this book yourself, to create your own characters, to create, you know, to support this, to support the creators and to the best of your abilities. As I said, it can be a bit of a money sink. It still is $30, and for some people that's still a steep, even for me. But hey, if you have a lot more people that might be interested, you can probably chip in. Any other options? But again, I'm trying to avoid to basically show the entire book. I want you to still have things for you to discover and to kind of be interested in and impressed about, and kind of then kind of heavily look into. And definitely elements of lore and world building, those are things I'm not going to look at. So the intro story and even the chapter later down the line, which is going to be about the, you know, the war and the war and the conflict, those are for you to look at. I'm not going to look at them. I'm not here to look about the setting. I'm curious to see how heavily ingrained within its own setting this system is, or how flexible it is. That's probably one element I'm going to be curious about. If it offers you a lot of flexibility into like creating your own setting, or interpreting this game in your own way. Of course, like adapting the existing setting into a way that you find it more fitting for your table. That's 100% clear. It's something you can do and you should do. You don't have to take things as is if it's something that you don't consider it fun or an interesting element. But more in the aspect of, can you just fully detach the setting itself and just add your own? I'm suspecting to some extent it is, or at least it's designed to be in such a way. But yeah, enough just running around the subject. Let's actually get into the basics. And I'll talk about, I really like the art style. It's really cool. And the graphic kind of setting of it. We have a quick introduction. So we have this one I'm going to read. So at the very least we get a general idea of, you know, the setting and lore. Because the initial overview, yes, those I'm completely fine on looking at. But, you know, not the wider expanse of the lore. So, Beamsaber is a game about the pilots of powerful machines in a world that dominates every facet of life. They're trying to do their time and part in the war, and then get out physically and mentally intact. See, the organization that perpetuates the war through all known space are too incomprehensible huge to take down. There is no winning the war. It is only surviving it. Hopefully, you can make the things a bit better before you move on. This game is best played with 4 or 5 players, with one player filling the role of a game master, and the others filling the role of protagonist of the story. As a game, the way Beamsaber plays is simple. You tell a story with your friends, taking turns, and you describe heroic feats, nefarious deeds, and everything in between to tell a compelling story about these pilots. Sometimes the outcome of a pilot's actions are uncertain. That's when you turn to dice to, you know, facilitate the element of roleplay. But yeah, what I paraphrase, this is also in the summary and description at the HIO page. But yeah, this is aspect that it quite a similar, I'm guessing in a similar fashion to Lancer and probably some other. It's more about the micro stories within a wider, bigger, you know, conflict and plot, kind of akin to what Gundam has kind of become as well. You know, initially it was about a cast of characters of and a wider storyline, but then it became more this, you know, this general conflict has become too grand to just be about that, and they just focus about the interpersonal relationships of characters affected about this conflict, and how they perceive this conflict, how their experiences have formed them to deal with this conflict, and how exactly they're gonna get out of it by the end of it, in a good way, bad way, tragic way, who knows. Yeah, when it comes to the setting, centuries after humanity abandoned a rotting earth, blighted by their follies, the Izian conflict seeds sprouted deep in space as plans unfurled. The Exodus ships fled humanity's decaying cradle in varying states of quality and completion. Ships failed, were raided or cannibalized, and jettisoned all but the essential. History, art, and play all fell in the face of necessity. Those that survive found planets to land on, settle, and fight over across the known regions of space. Yeah, the evacuation left a vacuum of power, but not for long. After the Exodus, 5 factions rose to power, and thus the war began. These factions grappled for authority over humanity. An autocracy uses its military might to put others under its leader's sway. A corporatocracy, directing board of corporations, desires the profitable control of the populace. A sprawling democracy's bickering politicians believe that self-directed government must be brought to all people. An oligarchy says they have the necessary will and cunning to ensure humanity's survival. And lastly, a theocracy believes that its guidance will push humanity to reach heights worthy of the stars. So, interesting, kind of, I would say, yeah, really big main branches that, you know, even within current times, have had or still have heavy influence within the, you know, daily lives of day-to-day humans, you know, elements, I guess, of cyberpunk, of, you know, and these kind of aspects of kind of like sci-fi, you know, with the corporates being the rulers, autocracies, you know, very more kind of like a semi-medieval, alongside the oligarchy, like two concepts of, well, autocracies are maybe a bit more in a more contemporary concept, while oligarchies are more of a medieval version of it, you know, kings and queens. You know, the more contemporary times, 21st century's concepts of, you know, of democracy and the, not necessarily problems, but the challenges such a system has to face by, you know, having a people run system, or at the least a run system by a people's movement, than just one larger power to deal with, or you know, and even the most interesting one, you know, I see it as one that can bring a ton of like interesting conflicts, and the one of theocracy. Oh no, wait, theocracy. I don't know why I thought about like technocracy, but no, it's theocracy, so this is beliefs system. So one of them is also like religious, you know, driven. It'd have been interesting to would have seen like actually, but it kind of makes sense. It's quite obvious all the powers that we've seen in current times and across history that have always ruled man. Beliefs, kings, powers, you know, financial, and also general and populous. Of course, I'm doing my best to kind of like simplify them, but quite obvious. Interesting that these are like the branches. But yeah, long into the war, as these factions battled for control, it was realized that one of the backwater planets involved in the conflict was probably Earth. An Earth changed by the calamitous intervening years that was mostly healed by its respite from humanity's swarm. Conquering it would be a great symbolic victory, but other, more valuable worlds continued to be the war's focus. A dense cloud of orbital debris surrounds Earth, preventing consistent satellite survival and easy travel between the ground and the star. Intermittent space combat around the planet and throughout the system complicates it further. A handful of space elevators provide the best access to space, but only one remains in the hands of the planet's inhabitants. There are millions of people who live on Earth before the war found the planet. Regardless of whether this planet really is humanity's birthplace, it is Earth to them and their home. Across the planet, they resist the off-worlders, their organizations, and the war in many different ways. Much of that resistance has gathered in the Izia? I'm gonna say Izia region. Izia region, where the last independent space elevator stretches into void. As the Izian conflict seeds about to boil over, this is where you come in. You can find more details about, you know, the story and the lore within chapter 10, way down, which outlines things like region, faction, squads, and that are involved within the beamsaber score setting. But yeah, so from my understanding that all of us are denizens of what is to be believed as being Earth, or at the very least some sort of Earth, or who knows, maybe even a maybe some sort of like Exodus planet that is akin to Earth, and you know, similar to all the other colonies. Much of its history has been lost to space and time, and you know, to the needs of survival, that it's hard to determine if this is the point of origin or not, or if this is the planet of origin. Which I think that's an interesting plot line that I would... keeping that mystery to me, I think that's an interesting element. And it kind of shows the symbols, how, you know, a symbol means a lot when it comes to conflict and war and power and control. Now, when it comes to the players, each player creates and portrays a pilot that is involved in the war. The player's pilots are part of a squad that completes jobs for the factions at odds with each other. Together with the game master, they give life to the pilots and to the world around them. The players also create vehicles for their pilots, machines they wield on missions after mission, as they go up against enemy squads and factions. And maybe, just maybe, when it's all said and done, the pilots will find some peace at the end of the journey. Okay, so it's not necessarily you are people of Earth. You could be, to be fair, yeah, it was even mentioned within the squad. It could be from, you know, mercenaries to people under like a specific corporate ruler, or who know, or you know, faction ruler, and anything in between. So yeah, that makes sense. That you could technically take any sort of facet. When it comes about the pilots, they are small in the grand scale of the war, but they're trying their best to make as much of a difference. The player's pilots start as nobodies beneath the notice of even their own faction. But as they crawl out of their meat grinder time and time again, people take notice. Personnel, resources, and glory are awarded to them. However, this prestige comes with vendettas, suicide missions, internal politicking, and greater challenges. As they rise to each challenge, or don't, the war continues to heap hardship upon them. There are 10 pilot types that can be chosen. Each of them faces the war in unique ways, and all have powerful vehicles at their command. And here, basically, these are the customization options that you have of what kind of pilot you want to be as a general theme. And I'm sure that within that you have some either smaller elements of customization. We might be looking at one of them just to get an idea, but that's gonna be it when we, of course, when we're gonna talk about the pilots. But that's something to be seen later. So, what are the pilots within the scorebook? You have the aces, which are daring drivers. The bureaucrats, who are clever logisticians. Yeah, weird word to pronounce. Empaths, who are compassionate psychics. And new types? I wonder if that's kind of like where they want to go with that. Interesting. Envoys are diplomats and spies. Hackers are subservive professionals. Infiltrators are stealthy operators. Officers are calculating tacticians. Scouts are pathfinders and snipers. Soldiers are terrifying infantrymen. And technicians are chemists, mechanics, and biologists. Players can use any combinations of pilot types in their squad, even if a squad is all aces or officers, for examples. See the pilot creation mentioned later on, which is something we're going to cover another time. So I'm guessing it facilitates enough customization where even multiple aces or like multiple of the same type of pilot won't create will still have enough differences and unique elements about them, so that's interesting. Then when it comes to vehicles, each pilot has access to a customized vehicle that suits their skills and needs. Some will be machines hardly different from civilian vehicles, while others are lumbering behemoths loaded down with weapons and armor. Each vehicle has unique quirks that pilots take advantage of to accomplish their mission. As the pilots repair and upgrade their vehicles, they learn more of these advantageous quirks. I think I've even seen mentions where you can even lean heavily into like having a vehicle with a ton of like disadvantages or a ton of like kind of flaws to them. Let's utilize the term that is probably used heavily in a World of Darkness. and kind of lean a bit heavily into that. So I wonder if we had something similar to how WoD kind of does that. Then there is the squad. Pilots are part of a squad which the players create through consensus. The players keep track of their squad on a squad character sheet. So this is like another unique element of this system, this game system. You technically have a squad character sheet, which I'm pretty sure has like its own perks and benefits, where the party as a group decides which one they are, which is really neat, and in a way also kind of like defines how the story is going to be. The ones that are available in this book are the consulate, spies in politics; the front lines, grind the enemy to dust; the logistics, deliver the goods; the mechanized cavalry, strike fast and hard; the profiteer, sell what people can't get, so pirates; the recon, are spies, thieves, and sneaks; the R&D, advanced towards technology; and what it's not mentioned here, but it's quite obviously I think seen referred in other books, the redacted, neutralized targets, which I'm guessing are kind of like the assassin types. No matter what squad you choose, you can pursue any kind of mission. These directives simply add focus to the gameplay. Whether the squad is created before or after the pilots doesn't matter, but decide as a group which order you will use. Squad creation offers more details about this, so there is not much else to mention. Oh, we have a. Why not? Let's read the lore blurb. How do I start this? This is the first entry in this journal. I'm gonna start keeping, I guess. A lot of soldiers do, right? At least in the books I read. I start as a pilot with the cenotaph tomorrow. If I go missing like the others, if Layla or Hana or anyone else makes it back here and they wonder what happened to me, I hope this journal helps. I'm scared. My hands started shaking around lunch and they haven't stopped since. Is that normal? I'm supposed to climb into Bert tomorrow and pilot him into active combat zones. I'm supposed to use him against other people. I mean, hopefully we just do our job. We go in after the stuff has calmed down, we do clean up and recovery, and we don't run into trouble. I'm really hoping we never see combat. Fuck. I don't think writing it down is making me feel any better about it. I think I actually feel worse. No one else has made it. Why would I? Okay, Kaiko. Let's look on the bright side. Haru's here, and I trust him. The rest of my squad seems nice enough, even if they're kind of weird. I trust Bert with my life. Yeah, I'll get to travel around Asia, and maybe even find out what happened to everyone from the orphanage. Maybe even find some of them alive. And I'm getting paid a lot. Enough to buy a farm pretty quickly if I save most of it. I just need to make out of it alive. From the Journal of Keiko, Pitchfork, Tuesday. Guessing the Pitchfork is the pilot code name. Cool, with the lore blurb, I do like it. Now, for the Game Master. The Game Master has a number of responsibilities. They describe the world to the battle-torn ruins, the bustling communities, the seemingly lifeless spaces that lay between them, and their inhabitants. They play all non-player characters or NPCs, portraying their interests and desires within the game. They also prepare missions and opportunities for the players and help facilitate the rules. The Game Master should be familiar with the full contents of this book, but Chapter 10 gives a specific rundown on how to Game Master a campaign of Beamsaber. But before you start, before you sit down and play, make sure that everyone is excited about Beamsaber's concept. Be upfront about the theme. It's a game about extraordinary pilots trying to survive a grueling, generations-long war. Share some of the media touchstones that they might know. Imagine if instead of Humvees, the Marines in Generation Kill had been in mechs with swords and energy rifles. If they aren't excited by this point, this game may not be for them. And that's okay. Ideally, everyone should read all of the Beamsaber book. You don't have to absorb everything contained in it, as you can pick up the rules during the game. If you're the only person in your group who has read the book, don't worry. Everyone can learn together as you play. Even then, the first session, or the second, third, or fourth, and so on, doesn't have to have perfectly expressed rules. Just do your best and be kind if anyone makes a mistake. Eventually, we will all reach a mutual level of comfort with the rules. If the Game Master wants to pace their reading, they could go over the Session 0 section, which covers the setting up your game. After setting up the campaign, you can read the basics of play in this chapter. Also, take a look at the starting situation later down the line to get a feel of the starting of the parties involved. If you're creating your own starting situation, look over on how to begin a campaign on page 271. It should put your players in a thrilling scenario to kick off. Now, when it comes to playing a session, Beamsaber session plays like the structure of an episode in a TV series. There's usually a central conflict to resolve by the end of the session that probably feeds into the campaign's larger narrative and some supporting side stories. A single session will take around 2 to 6 hours as determined by your group of players. A session usually involves the pilots on a daring mission followed by their daily life between jobs. The player and the Game Master chooses a mission that interests everyone, then roleplay the pilots receiving the mission from the employer or planning it themselves. The players make a couple of dice rolls and get into the mission as they come to the first obstacle. Pilots leap into action, make rolls, suffer consequences, and complete or fail the mission. After that, they have downtime where they recover, cut loose, and develop personal projects. Then it starts all over again as the pilots jump into the next session. Generally, one mission, a downtime period, and possibly preparation for the following mission constitutes a single session. As the mission gets more complex, or you get more familiar with the rules, try experimenting with missions that take more than one session to complete, running more than one mission per session, or devoting a session completely to downtime. Your group will likely cover a major plot thread or two after a dozen or so missions. At this point, consider inserting a break in the narrative, like a time skip or an end of the current story arc. You can then restart with a couple of new pilots, squads, and starting situations. Again, it's also important to know when to stop if you feel like, a lot of major plot points have been covered, or at least a major storyline. If you like, there's a point, to kind of end. It's important. Now, overall, what you need to play: one Game Master and 2 to 4 players. Several 6-sided dice, ideally 4 per player, but at least 6 in total. Alternatively, you can use the online dice rollers. It even mentions onerolladie.net. Printed or digital copies of the pilot playbook for each character, a squad playbook for the group, and reference sheets to share. And then have the rules on hand for reference, pencils and some blank papers or index cards for notes and drawings. Shared digital document, such as a Google document, can also be used. Something of that sort. So, the game also encourages, not everyone has to buy the book. You can share it around. One purchase has been made. It's completely fine. And finally, making the game your own. When we play role-playing games, we engage in the act of creation. All of the rules in this game exist to help your group tell the best possible tales of pilots struggling to survive in a futuristic war. Hopefully, you'll find inspiration in the guidelines, fiction, and constraints in this document. But you'll undoubtedly come up with great ideas completely divorced from it. Much of the setting details are open to your interpretation, so each group can build a unique world that arises through play. For example, the pilot's vehicles can run out of power, but this text never specifies what exactly fuels them. That detail might never come up in your campaign, but it could be integral to your story. With everyone building the world together, it becomes unique. Yours. And here, and here are some elements of touchstones, which, why not? Let's have a quick look at it. As kind of follow media that can be used to pitch the game to potential players. Or audio books, or audio media. It's just songs or OSTs. I thought it was probably podcast things. No, it's actually OSTs to get a vibe from music, which is a really good way to show it. Opening theme of Set It Off by Audioslave. End theme of Victory 2013. Okay, it's not the Victory I think of. Ace Combat Zero OST. The Friends at the Table Session 2 Counterweight. And Revolution it's also a podcast. Revolution Podcast by Mike Duncan. Counter/Weight, sorry. By Austin Walker. I think Austin Walker was also mentioned in some of the supplements. For movies, sorry, Fury by David Ayer, Red Line by Takeshi Koike, Mad Max Fury Road by George Miller. For video games, the Armored Core series from FromSoft, of course, the Front Mission series by Square Enix, and the Mecha Warrior Battletech series by various studios, because it's all encompassing. TV series, the Mobile Suit Gundam, the 8th MS team. Oh, interesting poll. I know I've seen the 8th MS team. It's an interesting one. Once again, more about like the micro stories. Macross Plus. I know vaguely about Macross, mostly because of the connections with Transformers, because Jetfire was a Macross toy that was imported by Hasbro and basically then marketed under Jetfire, and then was a lot of IP issues later down the line when they tried to recreate the design, especially for like the TV show. That's why like the G1 cartoon doesn't follow the design of the toy because of licensing things. Then you have the original Mobile Suit Gundam from 1979. I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be a rough watch, but good to watch. War in the Pocket. Wasn't it also War in the Pocket a Gundam one? I forgot. Escaflowne? I think I pronounced it correctly. Iron Blooded Orphans. Oh my god, yes. It's probably one of my... So far out of the Gundam series that I've seen. I've not seen some of the staple ones, like Gundam Wing yet, or Unicorn or anything like that, but Iron Blooded Orphans is so far like a favorite of mine. Generation Kill, Armored Trooper, and Votoms, and Legend of the Galactic Heroes. For RPGs, Blades in the Dark, obviously, Apocalypse World 2nd edition, and Dungeon World. So I'm guessing a lot of inspirations when it comes to designing were from these systems. I mean, yeah, it's a Forge in the Dark system, so the first one is quite obvious. And for books, you have Hammer's Slammers series and the Black Company series. Interesting. And for those familiar with the Blades in the Dark, if you're coming if you're coming to Beamsaber after playing Blades in the Dark or the other Forge in the Dark games, this section is for you. It lists some of the more important differences between the two elements, which is vehicles, load, vehicle quirks, drive, repairing vehicles, assisting and cutting loose, pushing yourself, and collateral dice, faction and squads, and downtime activities. I'm not gonna read this just because I myself am not familiar with the Blades in the Dark game or any other like Forge in the Dark system or like game series. So from my aspect, I won't necessarily see any system, but it's a good section to have for those who might be. And overall, I like this quick introductory section. It's really concise. But one aspect that I like the most is the game must... Okay, no, this one, the before you start section. I really like that, you know, it clearly kind of gives you a sort of a kind of like guideline. Or if you want to like immediately jump into this, here are the starting points. Here it's where you should look at to have everything set up. If you are more of the type of player or the type of game master where you want to pick things up as you go and not just have everything condensed within the book first and then put it in design, because yeah, that can, even for a game master, I can fully understand that can be an insane task to be like, yeah, GM, read this whole book and let's have a session. Oh boy, that can be also a bit rough on the player. So it is understandable, and I do appreciate that as an element of play. But anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break right now because first of all, we kind of jumped through the entire introductory section, which that's the thing I wanted to do at least before we got to the break. I did news for a bit, so we're gonna jump into the core system after I take a quick break, and you know, then go through all the other major aspects. So yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, there we go. Let's get back to it. Now that we've covered a quick introduction and idea and vibe of what the game is about, what you'll need, and what to look into it, and what to expect in the future, now let's see how this game plays by looking at the core system. Within this section, the core mechanics that push the campaign forward are introduced. It covers game's dice roll, clocks, positions, effect, and determining the outcome of a dice roll. This section is to get you familiar with the basic. Chapter 5 will explain in greater detail how the rolls affect the fiction and vice versa, including how an action roll triggers and resolves consequences. Beamsaber uses a 6-sided dice, referred as a d6, on all of its rolls. Usually players or the game master will gather a pool of dice and take the highest number to determine the result. However, there may be times where a person has 0 dice to roll, referred as 0d. If that is the case, they roll twice and take the lowest as their result. Which is fair enough. Also, what is chapter 5? Oh, chapter 5 is fiction first gaming. I see. So I was kind of on point. Okay, you have the pilot chapter, you have the vehicle chapter, and then you have, here's the combat chapter. Interesting. Okay, we'll have to see how exactly we're going to structure that based on it. But we'll see. Anyways, to continue. Build complexity slowly. If the table is new to the Beamsaber or any other Forged Within the Dark games, it's okay to introduce the rules a bit at a time. The rules are designed so you can get by using only action rolls. Just use a risky position or a standard effect as first. When the player asks questions about what they can do, start introducing those more complex rules. If a player wants more dice on a roll, explain stress and pushing yourself. When the squad combats many foes or higher tier foes, tell them about the effect. The game works best when all the rules are in play and the group can build up to that. Similarly, you don't have to figure out a whole plot during the first session. Have enough for the first mission, then add details when you need. If anyone realized they made a mistake describing something, don't worry, just explain what needs to change and it will work out. Yeah, I like this method. This is honestly a method that I kind of like go with. Know the basics, how to roll a dice, how to do the very generic things. Then as things are introduced, and of course if you want to ask of hey, I want to do X, I want to do Y, how can this game facilitate that, then you start describing, then you can get into those details. It's a better barrier of entry. It's not as daunting as asking the players to, hey, read this entire book or read this entire chapter, get these rules, have them memorized, have them learn, because a lot of people have a hard time, even in general, just some people have a hard time visualizing and memorizing concepts and rules and ideas just through reading. Play and visual guidelines are a big help, and I've always seen this as being the better method, which is something very akin to like game design and game development, where you basically go through a show don't tell sort of scenario where you explore naturally. Like for example, how in a game you'd see some what a lot of people would call diegetic or immersive tutorials, where as you progress through the story introduces elements that will then become mandatory or core aspects of your general game loop, like, you know, how you move, how you do combat, how you use certain abilities. Those, you know, appear naturally, and the game teaches you through its story, through its game action, and you don't have a text dump or some sort of like some sort of like tutorial area. For example, like Doom Eternal has done that for a bit, where you receive like tutorial rooms where you can do where you can learn some of the systems and weapons, which is a bit counterintuitive with how Doom was in the original Doom 2016 reboot has been like designed. Cyberpunk to an extent does that early on. You have that kind of like combat tutorial thing that is basically catches you from the game, even though it probably could have been easily designed, and some elements of the game are actually thought through the actual, you know, infiltration mission that you do at the prologue of the game, but you don't really get like the entire like combat tutorial through it, just elements of stealth more than anything. So yeah, elements like that. It's something akin to that, where you let it naturally progress, and through that kind of like natural flow of information, it's easier then to kind of like store it and understand it, because you kind of see the action and the cause and effect in play, and not, you don't just, you know, theorize it, or you don't have it on a purely, you know, theoretical kind of form. So to me, this form of play has always been the best one, and the one to kind of like focus on. Now, for action rolls. Action roll is the most frequent cause for a player to roll dice. A player makes an action roll when the pilot or vehicle attempts something that isn't a guaranteed success. Each attempt has a potential positive outcome and a negative consequence. The game master and player work through the process below and set the stakes and build the player's pool of 6-sided dice. Then the player loads the dice and see what happens. Page 151 gives more details on triggering an action roll and how to choose an action when it isn't obvious. So yeah, this kind of goes a lot more heavy in what I've kind of talked about, where Blades in the Dark kind of goes more into this kind of like cause and effect sort of roll system, where depending on how well you roll, that also kind of will determine how well your goal is gonna be achieved, and what else is gonna come out of it outside of your own goal, if it even is successful. That is, so it's a bit more heavily pushed into kind of like the improv side of it, which is why Daggerheart has utilized a similar concept with its Fate and Fear, with this Hope and Fear dice being more facilitated into this idea, which is obvious, being a game designed and circled around a group of players who are all actors. It facilitates a lot of that yes and mentality. And Blades in the Dark is akin to that. So, the player describes their pilot's goal and how they intend to achieve it. Then, the player selects the action their pilots use to fulfill their goal. The Game Master tells them that their position, how dangerous their action is, and effect, how effective the action is. If they use that action, they default to risky position with standard effect if unsure. The player mentions any circumstances or special abilities that might alter the position or effect. Player and Game Master agree on a final position and effect. Add applicable bonus dice if necessary. Then the player rolls dice equally to their action rating and any bonus dice. Then select the highest number rolled. If they have a total of 0 dice, they roll the dice twice and take the lowest number rolled as their result. So kind of like a disadvantage sort of scenario. If the result is a 6, the action is successful fully. If it's a 4 or 5, it succeeds partially or fully, but with a consequence. If it's a 3 or less, the action fails and something bad happens. If they roll 2 or more 6s on a non-zero dice roll, they get a critical success, which means the action succeeds fully and there is an increased effect. So crit basically means multiple 6s. And yeah, 3 or lower. So there's no such thing as a critical fail. Although I'm suspecting that maybe you could do it through the disadvantage, for the 0 dice aspect. Maybe you could play into that. If they roll below like the lowest number, that's the critical fail. But within that scenario, like it's an absolute botch, like you didn't have any sort of expertise in this, and you failed in the worst way possible. I guess you could probably add that as an additional ruling if you want, and if that's something that also your group is okay with. But again, if it's a homebrew, talk with a group about it first. But as it's clearly mentioned, the dice roll here as our way to kind of like facilitate the roleplay, facilitate the story and what is happening. Now, the basics of an action roll. You may be wondering what an action or action rating means when building a dice pool. Pilots and vehicles have specific actions they may perform. such as hunt to track a target or wreck to use brute force. The player picks the best action that suits how their pilot or vehicle attempts to overcome an obstacle. Pilot actions are described on page 84, sorry. I don't know why I say 48. While vehicle actions are described on page 168. Almost nice. Each action has an action rating, which is the number of points a pilot or vehicle has in that action, tracked on their character sheet. This number tells the player how many dice they begin in their dice pool. If you have an action rating of 2 in maneuver, you begin with 2 dice in your dice pool. If you want to know how to get extra dice for your action roll, you refer to the bonus roll mentioned in page 38. So it's a bit later down the line within this chapter, so we're going to cover it. The numbers of the dice roll can be increased or decreased by certain modifiers, such as a plus 1 dice or minus 1 dice. And then you roll the dice when you finish building your pool. The highest roll on any die determines the result, which can be a positive, a 6, a negative, a 1 or 2, 3, or both, a 4 to 5. Positive outcomes make progress towards the desired goal, with an amount of progress determined by the action's circumstances. Negative consequences are undesired occurrences, ranging from missed opportunities to injury or death, with a level of severity also determined by the action's circumstances. There's a page about consequences and harm for more detailed for more details on action roll outcomes. And lastly, remember to only make a roll if there is a risk of failure. If you're struggling to think of a potential negative outcome, consider making a fortune roll or letting the pilot do it without a roll. So that's completely fine. And we have here, like, I'm not sure if it's an example or the entire list of attributes that you have. We have the pilot attributes, aspects in insight, which are then sprawled out in hunt, study, survey, engineering. Prowess, which is finesse. I'm guessing one it's the attribute, the others are the skills or actions. Prowess, finesse, prowl, struggle, wreck. Resolve, which is command, consort, sway, and interface. And for vehicle, you also have expertise, which can be battle, destroy, maneuver, and acuity, which is bombard, manipulate, scan. Yeah, this one is, I'm pretty sure, very akin to for those. I'm sure this is also a standard of any other like dice pool system. I'm gonna use Word of Darkness as the example here, but akin to that. The more dots you have in a specific skill, the more dice you use for that, which is gonna facilitate you in doing better rolls. To be fair, in the case of Word of Darkness, there you have to hit a target number to succeed, and the amount of dice you get with that success will determine how strong the success is. While here you only need 1 out of the entire pool to succeed, and multiple of the max amount can offer you like a greater success to some extent. So here is more of a increasing your odds of succeeding in a positive way, that you progress without consequences, or as minimal of consequences as possible, compared to, you know, other systems where you progress but you have a degree level of success. You succeed, but you have with a degree level depending on how many dice you have. So basically, the more expertise you have in something, the successful effect is going to be grander. While here, it won't really matter as much how high your attribute is. It's going to increase your chances of achieving that top tier success. But at any level, you can achieve the top of the highest success possible. Almost on any level, you can achieve the highest success possible. Technically, you need to have at least 2 dice to achieve a critical, which would be considered the highest. Now, when it comes to positions indicate the level of danger or difficulty associated with the action. The Game Master sets action's position as controlled, risky, or desperate. If the pilot has a clear shot or a major advantage or is free of danger, their position is likely controlled. So, they have control over it. If the pilot is confronting head-on, under pressure, or on equal footing, their position is likely risky. And if the pilot is in great danger, performing a perilous trick, or reaching past their limits, their position is likely desperate. So quite obvious that, you know, risky is a default. It's the normal circumstances in any sort of conflict scenario, where conflict doesn't necessarily have to be combat. It could be also like a social conflict, any other sort of other conflicts. While controlled, you know, you have the advantage. Desperate, you have the disadvantage in the scenario. Most actions will be risky, which is a default position if there is any doubt. If the risk is great, then make it a desperate position. But if there is less risk, make it controlled. If there is definitely no risk, it might be a fortune roll instead. Sometimes it'll make sense to let the pilot do it. Remember, a pilot takes 1 XP when they perform a desperate action. So there is an encouragement to take risk. And here are some guidelines on what action rolls result look like for each position. So for a controlled position, you act on your terms or exploit or dominate advantage. Critical, the action is success with an increased effect. On a 6 is the action is a success. 4 to 5, the pilot hesitates, they can withdraw and try a different approach, or else succeed with a controlled consequence. And a 1 to 3, the pilot falters. They can press on by seizing a risky opportunity or withdraw and try a different approach and action. On a risky position, under normal circumstances, you know, act under fire, go head to head, take a chance. For critical, the action is successful with a increased effect. On a 6, the action is a success. The pilot, on a 4 or 5, the pilot does it, but there is a risky consequence. And from a 1 to 3, things go badly, you don't succeed, and experience a risky consequence. Then the desperate position, yeah, overreach your capabilities or you're in serious trouble. On any result, take 1 XP for the attribute related to the action rolled as you face drastic challenges. Attributes and pilot attributes and all that are explained in the pilot chapter. And vehicle attributes are detailed in the vehicle chapter. So no matter what, you are still getting an experience because you took a risk, so, which, you know, encourages risky situations. For critical, the action is a success with increased effect. For 6, the action is also still a success. 4 to 5, the pilot does it, but there is a desperate consequence. And on a 1 to 3, this is the worst outcome. They don't succeed and experience a consequence. So, from my understanding and from the technicality of it all, technically the desperate position with a failure could be considered kind of like the critical fail, because, you know, overall you can see most aspects, you know, critical and success are, all of them happen on an equal footing, of course. And because of the positioning and all that, the effect could be a different effect. So, you know, a risky position effect could not be as beneficial as a desperate position effect. In who knows, maybe in some scenarios the increased effect could be that they get themselves out of that position and put themselves in a risky position, if it's something that is related to what they are confronting with, or something akin to that. So instead of putting the critical fail as a dice result, the critical fail is put as a player choice. So you want to take the risk, you want to put yourself in, you want to take advantage, or you want to find an advantage or a position through this really risky scenario. Sure, go ahead. Just so you know, if you fail, it's the worst thing you can probably deal with for this mission, or who knows, or for this scenario. It's the worst outcome this scenario could offer you, instead of, you know, maybe doing something different that would be a risky position, which, you know, it's kind of mentioned here that the control position, which is quite obvious, that, you know, you have control of the situation, allows you opportunities to be like, okay, I failed, or I didn't obtain what I wanted, so I can just back off. So, you know, the 4 to 5 just allows you to, like, okay, I can just back off, I can just not do this and instead choose a different approach. if you don't want to go with it, but if you want to roll with the punches and still get the and still do it but get the consequence, then you do that. So it's interesting. I do like that. I do find that you know, it facilitates and it enhances the player agency, in my opinion, where, you know, kind of going back to what we talked about with Tactic Quest and, you know, diceless systems, having the elements of failure being facilitated by the player's choice, like, you know, and of course, as it's mentioned here clearly, you communicate what are the outcomes, what are the possible outcomes, depending on what sort of position you decide to take. This basically allows the player the choice of, okay, you're gonna critical fail if you taking this position, but if you don't want that possibility, you can then just take a normal risky position, or maybe even try to find a way to be the one in control, to be the one with the advantage, and find some sort of angle there, or try to do maybe a risky position that could put you into a control position, and from within the control position attempt what would be otherwise a desperate scenario. So it's still within the choice of the player. The player don't want that failure, you can just avoid it. So, you know, agency is maintained. It's not just left to the whims of the dice. If they don't want to play into that, they can just avoid it and try a different approach. Now, when it comes to effects, they describe how much a pilot can change their situation with an action. The Game Master considers the pilot's proposed action and goal and decides if they have great, standard, or limited effect. If the pilot faces greater than usual, it faces greater gains than usual, sorry, they have a great effect. The Game Master details how the additional benefits could manifest. If the pilot is rolling to fill a clock, they receive free text towards its completion on a roll of 4 or higher. If a pilot would make a typical amount of progress, they have a standard effect. The Game Master describes the expected outcome. A pilot would fail 2 ticks on a relevant clock on a roll of 4 or higher. If the pilot would make a small headway, they have a limited effect. The Game Master describes the partial or diminished outcome. So a pilot would fail 1 tick, a relevant clock, on a roll of 4 or higher. And the Game Master should use the following factors to determine an action's effect. In the action's potency, for example, attacking a tank with a hand grenade, it's a lower effect, versus attacking a person with a hand grenade, which is an improved effect. Quality of gear, finding gear provides improved effects. Scale of the action, differences of scale either lower or improve the effect depending on the circumstances, like when a lone person fights a small gang. Scales also apply to differences in size when appropriate, like, you know, fighting a bigger mech or some sort of like space cruiser. Tier differences between pilots and the target. The higher tiers targets provide reduced effect, with lower tier targets provide improved effects. So again, even factors of within the game and how exactly they position themselves against the problem could affect that. And, you know, you can make it very clear to the player, like, hey, like here, you're using a hand grenade for a tank, just so you know. You can do that. It's not gonna be amazing. You're gonna maybe do something good out of it, but it's not gonna be to an insane degree or to a significant degree. So if you want to have a significant effect, rethink the approach. So, you know, that's kind of like what I'm talking about with transparency, you know, and why this, I think this on how this game is designed. Of put forward on the table, like, what are the outcomes and what exactly your actions, the player's actions are gonna give out, and then, you know, the player then can decide, like, do they commit to it, do they rethink the approach, do something different that might offer them something better for the situation, or do they feel like, in the grander scheme of things, they know that maybe the other players are going to do something that's probably going to offer better outcomes, and at the very least for the overall clock, which is something that I'm sure is going to be explained later, because again, I'm not familiar with Blades in the Dark or any other Forged in the Dark game, so I'm still not fully sure of the game loop, but I know that I'm vaguely familiar of, and I've heard the element of aspect of clock syntax. So at the very least, if they are just interested in progressing that clock, I think I take to it, and they know that the upcoming the players' upcoming actions are gonna offer a greater effect, but even their lower effect are gonna at least achieve the full outcome that they desire, and then they can just commit to it. So, what are the basics of an effect? It's possible for a pilot to achieve nothing with an action. Sometimes an action will be so ineffective, a pilot has zero effect. An action achieves nothing in a zero effect situation. Quite obvious, because zero. It's likewise possible for a pilot to achieve above and beyond their expectations in the right circumstances. Great effect is the highest level effect on a roll, except with a crit. But pilots can dominate the circumstances. See dominating effect in later chapters. I think this is going to be detailed in chapter 5 to such a degree that there is no risk involved. Such cases do not need a roll. If a roll is still required because of an action's uncertainty, the only way to succeed past great effect is with an unexpected luck of a crit. When special ability for a pilot, squad, or piece of gear provides improved effect, apply improved effect after the game master determines the base effect. So, don't be out there like, oh yeah, I get the great effect because I have this. Well, let's first talk what exactly is the effect you're gonna get baseline, and then we'll see if it's gonna be a greater effect or not. Because if you get a lower effect, then that means you're getting a standard effect with this, and so on. Or if you have zero effect with this one, it's gonna be a lower effect, even that. After determining an action's position and effect, the pilot may choose to improve their effect at the cost of position, or vice versa. If it makes sense in the fiction, of course. They could change their risky position, standard effect, to a desperate position, great effect, high risk, high reward. If they want a more daring, dangerous path, positions can even be lowered from controlled to desperate, so that effect improves from limited to great. Yeah, you can. So even the positions themselves cannot necessarily be just a circumstantial thing. Can also be a line of actions that you decide to take, and based on that and what you want to achieve, you decide if you want to keep yourself, or you want to do a risk position, control position, or a desperate one. While in some scenarios, I'm suspecting that you could also play into the idea that you could also be in scenarios where most expected actions could be desperate, but if you are clever or think outside of the box, you could find a risky or a controlled position. And then when it comes to consequences, these are the fallout of enemy actions, bad situations, or rolling less than a 6 on the action. The Game Master chooses the consequences based on the fiction and the tone of your campaign. There are 6 types of consequences. Reduce effect represents the pilot's execution being hindered. The consequence reduces the expected effect by 1 grade, which is probably the simplest one you can choose in case you have nothing else that you can probably facilitate. Complications, which represents new dangers, approaching issues, and or unexpected troubles. These might be an immediate difficulty, such as losing trust with a faction, damaging vehicle gear, or the release of an airborne toxin. The complication could also be an issue that has yet to fully manifest, represented by the Game Master creating a new clock, picking one that is already present, or removing ticks from a clock, which is going to be mentioned in later pages within this introduction. The Game Master uses the circumstances to determine the complication's severity and whether it's immediate or delayed. The lost opportunity represents the situation changing as a result of the conflict. There was a chance to reach the objective with the chosen action, but that window has now closed. If the pilot wants to try again, they must put themselves in a worse position or use a different action. Cost represents an unforeseen expense tied to the action. A bouncer might let you through, but only with a bribe in a personnel or material. Maybe you make a nuisance of yourself and lose trust with a faction. It could also be a worse position, represents the pilot slipping in a more dangerous situation as a conflict circumstance shift. If a pilot was in a control position, they now move into risky. If they were in risky, they move into desperate as their problems mount. So yeah, positions can also be a general effect or general circumstance, not just something that they decide through action. So I kind of clocked that pretty fast. I'm glad that I'm already kind of getting an understanding of how a Forgedinthedark's game works. And finally, the more obvious one, harm or danger, represents enduring affliction suffered by the pilot or the vehicle, respectively, depending on the situation. But the consequences should never negate the success of a 5 or a 4 or 5 roll. If a pilot is rolling a mech into a minefield and the pilot rolls a 4 or 5, don't say that the mech avoids the trap. Instead, say that the enemy is lured into the minefield, but the pilot also steps on a mine in their haste. So, anything akin to that. And because we were already talking about harm and damages, what does that exactly mean? Harm could be an injury that hurts the pilot physically, mentally, emotionally, or socially. Damage is much the same, but for vehicles. Pilots and vehicles track harm and damage in their respective sections of the pilot's playbook. You will see harm and damage occur at different levels, each with their own penalty. Level 1 causes reduced effects. Level 2 gives you a -1 to die. Level 3 means the pilot cannot act without pushing themselves or receiving assistance. So, amounting consequences. When a pilot or vehicle suffers harm or damage, the game master briefly describes the wound and gives a numerical level to match the severity. For example, a kick in the face might produce a level 1 harm, which is bruised, but getting kicked off a roof could produce a level 3 harm, concussion. The higher level of harm or damage, the more impactful it is narratively and mechanically. Only apply penalties if the nature of the harm or damage would impact the pilot's action. For example, a pilot with a level 2 harm, twisted ankle, would take a -1 die to prowling after a rival on foot. The same pilot wouldn't receive a penalty for hunting them through a scope, as they can perform actions without their injured ankles. So again, circumstances and common sense can also apply here. Don't have to be purely gamey. So they can play around their disadvantages. A pilot can handle up to 2 level 1 harms, 2 level 2 harms, and 1 level 3 harms. Vehicles suffer the same scaling, but in damage. The penalties from multiple injuries of the same level stack, as do injuries of different levels, but only if they apply to the narrative. If a level harm or damages fall and the pilot suffers an injury of that level, the new injury worsens, becoming 1 level more serious. If the pilot has already a level 3 harm and suffers an additional level 3 harm, they take a level 4 harm instead. Level 4 harm is a ruinous permanent injury, often, but not always, representing death. Let the circumstances determine the nature of the permanent affliction. Yeah, it could be something like even something like a disability. Could happen, you know. Many games want to put out there the aspect of dismemberment rules. This could be one of them. And of course, in some other like afflictions that could also not just be physical, it could be mental. So it's interesting. Overall, it definitely facilitates the concept of kind of like the yes and or yes but or no but sort of scenarios, which is always interesting. Okay, and finally, when it comes to selecting consequences, below is a list of consequences that can be inflicted on rolls of 5 or less. When selecting one of the options, show that how that change occurs in the fiction, so that's up to you, such as suppose disarming the pilot when moving from a risky to desperate position. So you have a set of guidelines just in case you are not fully in the know what exactly to put out there for yourself. So for control consequences, you adjust the clock by 1 tick. You can reduce the effect by 1 level. Create a new threat clock and add a tick to it. Move to worst position. the opportunity to use that action passes. The pilot can use a different action to overcome the obstacle, or it can be attempted again but in a worse position. Only choose this consequence on a result of 1 to 3. The reduce effect is also on a result of 4 to 5. You take a level 1 harm, take a level 1 damage, spend 1 personnel or material point, or lose 1 trust with the appropriate faction. For risky consequences, you choose 2 controlled consequences. You adjust the clock by 2 ticks. You reduce the effect by 2 levels to a minimum of limited. But this can only be chosen on a result of 4 to 5. Take a level 2 harm. Take a level 2 damage. Spend 2 personnel or material points, or lose to trust with an appropriate affliction, or junk a piece of vehicle gear. That might be rough. And for desperate consequences, choose 3 control consequences. Choose 1 risky consequence and 1 control consequence. Adjust the clock by 3 ticks. Take a level 3 harm. Take a level 4 harm when appropriate. Take level 3 damage, or take level 4 when appropriate of damage. Spend 3 personnel or material points, or lose 3 trust with appropriate faction. So yeah, here are basically the more obvious kind of compounding examples that just increase in severity the lower in position you are. So, you know, to kind of keep it simple. But yeah, as mentioned before, it facilitates quite heavily into the yes and sort of scenario, which is completely alright, completely fine and understandable. And from the looks of it, I think we're progressing pretty well. Let me just look at the 6. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure it was like 40-ish pages. We are already within the last pages. I think we have like 12-ish. I think it was like 27-ish pages. I think we still have like 12, 13-ish left. So, looking at it overall, we're progressing well. I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think there's gonna be a scenario where we're gonna have to extend. And I think even with the example of play, because there is like an example of play mentioned. For example, mission. Here, depending on how we progress, we might go through that, we might not go through that. So, next we have resistances, which we can go through. Clocks, the major aspect. And the gameplay cycle. It is like a major one. Yeah, there's not much left, so we can easily cover it without too much stress. Which I'm glad, because I felt for a second that I kind of like derailed in the first few hours a bit too much, and that I would not be able to cover all that I would have wanted out of this out of this book. Because yeah, this chapter is the only thing I want to cover. I'm gonna cover them by chapters here, just to keep it easier for me. And from the looks of it, they're structured pretty well in such a way to do so. It's just for me an aspect to kind of like figure out with the other elements how exactly I'm gonna order them. Because I'm thinking on leaving like the fiction first gaming as a latter thing, so we can do the pilots and vehicles first, bottom factions after, then maybe go player principles and downtime activities. Maybe do that. I'll probably have to check to see how exactly after the pilot section it's going to be referenced, because, you know, I want to leave like the aspects of, you know, character creation or, you know, party cooperation in one spot, and then the wider aspects of play into another, because downtime activities are also like another big thing that happens, as it was mentioned initially in the introduction, where, you know, you have the brief section, you have the mission, and you have the post-mission thing, which also leads into downtime activities, and maybe even prep for a upcoming mission. And that's sort of the design philosophy and follow through. So yeah. Well done. I think so we don't get interrupted at an odd moment. I think I'm gonna actually take a break now. I'm gonna run an ad break myself. And when I return, we're gonna talk about resistances, clocks, and also maybe even the gameplay cycle if we have time for it. So yeah, I'm gonna run the ad break now. So, you know, basically, I've ended one section of the chapter, so we can then cover, I think, 2 more afterwards. So yeah, I'm taking a break now. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, now that the ad is over, got some water refilled so I can get the pipes hydrated, because oh boy, always these streams put my voice to a strain. I guess I'm not used to talking this much in such a long span of time, because as I've said before, even with my usual game streams, I'm a lot more, you know, I interject here and there and just do my game thing, but in a more chill sort of fashion. While here I'm putting it a bit more heavily out there. But yeah, now that we've looked at general aspects of action roll, consequences, effects, position, and all of that, let's look into resistances. A pilot or a vehicle can always resist consequences they'd rather avoid. First, the player tells the game master how their pilot or vehicle resists the problem. If the game master agrees with their approach, if the game master agrees their approach reasonably negates the problem, the consequence is automatically reduced at a cost. The game master tells the pilot if resisting will negate the consequence or just reduce the severity, and what attribute applies on the fiction. For example, insight resists consequences from deceit or empathy, prowess resists consequences from bodily harm or exertion, resolve resists consequences from mental fortitude or stubbornness, acuity resists consequences from machine being hacked or disoriented, and expertise resists consequences from a machine being damaged. Brain. When the pilot resists a consequence using their attribute rating, pilot resists using their attribute rating. An attribute rating refers to the number of actions under an attribute with at least 1 action point. For example, a pilot with 1 study and 3 survey has an insight attribute rating of 2. To the number of actions under an attribute with at least 1 action point. Okay. When a pilot resists a consequence, they roll dice equal to the chosen attribute rating. Yeah, it's mentioned. Yeah, which is why it's also, I think, kind of like differentiated, so you can also see the rating for it. The pilot suffers 6 stress minus the highest die from the resistant roll. A pilot fills no stress boxes if their highest die is a 6, but a result of 1 fills up 5 boxes. A critical success, which is 2 6s or higher, on a resistance heals 1 stress instead. The player must commit to suffering that stress after the roll. They cannot change their mind if they roll poorly. So it's a commit, and that's gonna be it sort of scenario. With vehicles, on the other hand, don't roll dice when resisting a consequence. A vehicle exhausts 4 quirks minus the chosen attribute rating to a minimum of 1. Even if a special ability would reduce it to a 0 or less. For example, a vehicle with 1 maneuver and 2 battle has an expertise rating of 2. So, with the expertise exhaust... resisting with expertise exhausts 2 quirks minus 4 minus the expertise rating. Quirks are then further explained, you know, in the vehicle chapter, which is something more akin to vehicles. After paying any resistance cost, the game master reduces the consequences by a degree they feel is appropriate. Level 3 harm may become level 2, while a worse position might be negated entirely. Use the game stone to decide the resistance roll negates. whether the resistance roll gets the consequence or just reduce its impact. Grittier games will have consequences that are reduced, while more upbeat games will have consequences avoided entirely. Any one consequence can only be resistance once. The Game Master inflicts multiple consequences. The affected player can choose to resist some, all, or none of the consequences and make a resistance roll for each, but at the risk of basically amounting a lot of stress. A pilot or vehicle may also spend armor to further reduce the consequence after rolling or spending quirks. So basically, it's a way to kind of improve your outcome or, deny bad results, but at the cost of amounting a negative resource, which after I'm guessing a certain amount may compound into something worse that you will need to manage. Now, pilot and vehicle armor. A pilot or vehicle can spend armor to reduce the impact of a consequence. For pilots, the standard gear armor grants 1 use per mission, and heavy armor grants 1 additional use for a total of 2 per mission. A pilot may only take armor and heavy armor once each per mission. In other words, you can have 2 sets of armor or heavy armor for vehicle. Standard vehicle gear armor grants 1 use per mission, but multiple copies of the armor may be taken on the same vehicle. When spending armor, take the appropriate box on the character sheet. Armor or heavy armor in the pilot section for pilot armor, and any armor box in the vehicle section for vehicle armor. Once a piece of armor is spent, it can't be used again until the beginning of the next mission. A vehicle can also sacrifice any gear that takes up at least 1 load in place of armor. Any load slots that the gear occupied are replaced by junk. This indicates that the sacrifice gear doesn't function, but it still occupies the load on the vehicle. Junk slots are unavailable until material points are spent to uninstall them. Vehicle damage will be further explained in the vehicle section, and uninstalling vehicle gear is also explained there as well. So basically, you can take one of those things where I'm sacrificing something of my vehicle instead of taking that consequence, but at that point, that means that you're also going to have a piece of equipment that is now kind of still strapped to you, unable to be, efficiently removed, probably without furthering causing harm to the vehicle. So now you have this, pile of junk that is, hanging, grabbing, stored within you that still might cause you some disadvantages, because I'm guessing a load is a way of, I am guessing managing certain aspects of how the vehicle behaves. Like the higher the load the vehicle has, I'm guessing certain aspects of the vehicle function differently. So you still have the downsides, whatever those may be, without having any of the benefits or lack of benefits. Whether armor completely negates or only reduces harm or damage depends on your game's tone. A campaign with a more adventurous tone will have armor that completely negates even the worst injuries, allowing pilots to heroically shrug off attacks. A grittier campaign armor may reduce harm or damage by only 1 level, so any hits that are an ongoing concern for the pilots. If you aren't sure how effective the armor should be, reducing harm or damage by 2 levels is a good middle ground. Another consideration of armor is whether it makes narrative sense for it to affect harm or damage at all. If a pilot falls off a roof, their armor won't save them when armor isn't suitable for reducing harm or damage in the fiction, but the player still wants to avoid the consequence, then they should resist it as normal. So armor is a way to do it without having to take the compounding stress, so basically foregoing the other possible amounting negative effect by utilizing an expendable resource that can then be reacquired in a future mission. But again, it's still one of those things where you have to choose the moment when you feel like it's worth using or not, even in scenarios where you can use either. Like, you know, is this the moment where I want to negate it without a compounding stress? Or is there going to be like a greater thing that I need to resist that's going to cause me more trouble, but and I don't want to, and with the possibility of me gaining more stress from that, and I want to avoid that one instead. But, you know, there's still elements of choice and tactics there. Now, for Spark. Each pilot has a spark to spend on special abilities during a mission. A pilot's spark represents their determination and grit to get the job done. A pilot spends their spark to activate these abilities. Take the spark box on the character sheet. For example, an infiltrator's shadow ability lets a pilot spend their spark to resist a consequence. The pilot could avoid making a... Oh, that's sorry, I missed. I jumped the line. Spend their spark to resist a consequence from the detection or security measures, or to push yourself for a feat of athletics or stealth. The pilot could avoid making a resistance roll, and instead spend their spark to activate Shadow if the security camera catches them slipping into a building. So it can also be used in a tactics kind of way. Adrian, I need help. Why have I watched all of Ikitusen? I think I'm pronouncing that right. Hopefully, I don't know. I'm really bad with Japanese. Properties? I mean, I don't know. You got captivated by it and you wanted to binge it. I can't really say. I'm not familiar with the series or show or film or movie or whatever it is. I don't know, wiki. In the first image I see hyperlink is a maid that gets her outfit obliterated. It's now in underwear. Like, amazing. Never change, Japan. Never change. Ikitusen battle vixens. Okay, yeah, that now makes... I don't know, it looks very... I think it's 80s. Gives me 80... Early 80s, late... Oh, it's 2000s. The style looks more like 80s, 90s sort of anime to me than the 2000s. Holy damn. Yeah, odd. I'm not familiar. I have no idea. I mean, hey, there's such a thing called a guilty pleasure, or who knows. Hey, and I'm not here to fucking shame. Fucking, if you enjoyed it, you got a kick out of it. Why not? Whatever. Like as I said, I saw like one of the. Literally, I jumped to a wiki fandom, and the thumbnail for a clip was a girl in a maid outfit that got her outfit obliterated, and now she was basically in underwear. So. Hey, I get it. If that's your thing, go ahead. I don't care. Not here. You're in your own private domicile doing private things and not hurting anybody else, including yourself. Whatever. I don't care. I'm the last person to fucking judge such things. Because I can also be a creature of impulse at times and be like, you know what? Let me look at this, check this out, and see what this is about. And be like, huh, that was neat. Not something long term, but I guess that was something. Basically something I've done with, I guess whenever I try to, like... It usually was with adult games that maybe, like, intrigue me in a bit, but not, like, in the adult section, but more like, hey, you have, like, an interesting mechanic. Let me see. Huh, cool shit. Neat. You're not good enough for me to kind of keep at playing it, but I guess I had fun with the amount of time I've spent. So I'll take this as, you know what, fair enough, but I'll stop here. I just went over my anime list and was like, when the fuck did I watch this? I don't know, I'm way behind, like, all of the things that I probably had listed out I want to watch. And speaking of things to watch that I just saw the announcement yesterday, a few hours after it got posted. The Spider Noir Prime Video series fucking looks amazing. I am absolutely godsmacked that such a thing is a reality. And it's also Nick Cage. Like, and it's also made by the same producers that did Spider-Verse, so it's gonna be proper, I think. I think it's gonna be a good series. I looked at and I watched the initial black and white, of course, because I had to. That's the first trailer that I saw. I was like, man, this is well put together, and I love the horror vibes. I'm not fully familiar with the actual Spider Noir comic runs myself. I'm not familiar with that Marvel multiverse aspect of how exactly the setting within Spider Noir happens. But from my understanding, it's a more muted power Spider-Man, you know, Ben Reilly as the protagonist is called. So his powers are way more muted. It's not like necessarily to the super strength or super abilities that Spider-Man has. I think they cut some corners, because my understanding is that even web swinging isn't really a thing in Spider Noir comics, but I'm guessing for the Spider-Man effect, they kind of like undermine that. And to be fair, even in Spider-Verse, Spider Noir was able to web swing, so yeah. But yeah, definitely a bit more of a grounded Spider-Man, where the powers are just more of a slight enhancement that allows him to do his job slightly better, you know, and how he kind of like calls him a detective's intuition, which would be the spider sense. So I saw that, like, it's really interesting, and it has, I'm already suspecting that it's going to be, when it comes to a visual and actual stage set and stage setting and all of that, I think it's going to be done wonderful. I think it's probably going to be worth watching both in black and white and the true hue color, because I also saw the true hue color afterwards. And I was looking at the colors composition and the set composition and all that, and it's quite obvious that, yeah, they most likely filmed, because my understanding on a technical standpoint, you can have two recording outputs, one that is black and white, but one that is color. But it's quite obvious that it's the same set, it's the same reel, it's the same cut. Meaning that they've done a dress setting, a color composition that it accentuates and that is built specifically to facilitate the black and white perspective, but at the same time it's also cohesive in a colored viewing. And because we've already seen some really interesting, like, vibrant colors, because there's like a scene where it's Nick Cage in a room he's looking at a briefcase, and you see the background of the walls, and it's kind of like bright yellow, so it already looks wacky. It's gonna be like a all over the place kind of film. And from my understanding, Spider Noir has a ton of like gothic, and it's a bit more horror-ish, especially in its villains. And we've seen some like one frame sort of catches of said villains. From my understanding, somebody said that there was like a weird monstrosity for like a singular frame at one point, and someone called it like, that's the man spider. I'm like, holy fucking shit, we're getting like a live action rendition of man spider. Damn. Yeah, I'm really excited for that. It's something that I never would have expected to happen, but I'm so glad it is a thing. I'm so glad it exists. I don't care if it's a season. Even a season is gonna be more than enough. Especially because I'm guessing it's gonna be like a detective story, very kind of like a Sherlock Holmesy, I'm suspecting, but with a weird kind of like wacky twist to it, because that's an aspect of it, and Nick Cage is in it, so it's obviously it's gonna be also wacky because of that. And I'm guessing that's gonna be the aspect also of humor that that Spider-Man has within that setting as well. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting. So I'm guessing it being a detective story, I'm suspecting it's gonna be more singular plot lines. Maybe there's gonna be like a larger overarching story across like singular kind of like episodic plot lines. Maybe It is in the mid 30s. I think it's 1930s sort of setting, if I remember correctly. Even though it's also mentioned that Spider Noir at some point fights, World War II Germans. So I'm wondering if it's also going to lean a bit into that as well. At some point, that could be. I'm guessing this could be the first season. Could be like a build up, and depending on its success, it could have like multiple. It could might have a green light for multiple seasons, because that's at the very least that's how I've seen how Amazon does the green light. It usually goes for a season, and based on, I'm guessing, a few projected metrics after the season has already went through a few episodes, then they jump for a green light or not. Because if I remember correctly, like Hazbin Hotel confirmed a green light for both season 2 and season 3 and 4, while mid season 2 or something like that, or close to the end of season 2. So they saw the initial Amazon saw the initial ratings, initial pickups, and probably did some projections based on that without even seeing the full outcome, and be like, yeah, full on, yeah, greenlit, that sort of thing. So I'm suspecting that maybe a similar fashion here, but at the same time, I'm gonna be fine even if it's a singular season. Honestly, fuck yeah. Although I do wonder, being that this is gonna be connected, or at the very least created by the same people who created people who worked in the Spider-Verse. And this is Nick Cage. Spider Noir is Nick Cage, both live action and voices, and as the voice cast for the animated. And he's gonna be in the sequel, in the final part of the trilogy. I wonder if it's gonna be tied somehow, like even as a referential thing, not necessarily like, oh, here are like the Spider-Verse characters, or somehow the Spider-Verse characters have something to do with it. Like even like as a purely, I wonder if that's gonna be like the canonical, like, this is the Spider Noir that you meet in the Spider-Verse. Like, I wonder, because it's gonna be interesting. Although I think that's gonna probably shift a bit of how the character, because the character in the Spider-Verse is a bit is more comedic played, while I feel like here, like comedic and a lot more dramatized in a exaggerated fashion. Where while already from the trailer, yeah, it has its wacky comedic aspects in its more twisted way, but I don't think it has that wackiness that Nick Cage portrayed in Spider Noir in the Spider-Verse, with the weird dramatized monologues. But who knows? We'll have to see. I might be completely fucking wrong. But I'm honestly excited. I never would have expected that, and I fucking hope that it's gonna be a good thing. I'm being that it's made by the people who make the Spider-Verse, I have high hopes that it at least is gonna be above average. But who knows? Maybe it's gonna blow us away or not. So you mentioned Yusuga no Sora, because I did check it. I have connection. Some frames look familiar to me, in the sense of maybe I've stumbled upon some GIFs or something like that at some point in my early anime watching days, but not really clear of the plot or what exactly this is about. Let's try to do it again. 5. Okay. Neat. I looked at the summary. It's one of those. I don't know what exactly that's supposed to mean. It's one of those. And I'm not sure if I want to know exactly what that implies. Because it does mention twins, and I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know if it goes into the where my thought is going, but I'm not gonna I see some frames where I'm pretty sure it's like both of them together. That kind of gives me vibes of, yeah, I think I might be right. I'm suspecting it's the twins together in some of the images I'm seeing here, and I'm feeling like, yeah, I think I might be right with what I'm thinking of. Not sure if it's my cup of tea. Maybe the closest thing to something of that aspect that I've seen or enjoyed, but it's never gonna have a follow-up. It's never gonna have a follow-up. It's no game, no life. God damn it. For that. That one. Damn. Look, there's certain things that, or themes that, again, as I said, it's, when it comes to the element of fiction, it gets a bit weird. When you mention fiction and the morality of it, of just having it as a safe environment sort of fiction thing, how okay is it? I'm not gonna jump into that. That's a whole ass fucking discussion, which to some extent I'm not sure how the best I am to fucking do it. As again, my general sentiment in many things is, as long as you're not hurting anyone or don't have some sort of like bad behaviors, or at least you don't showcase that you have some sort of like a damaged mentality towards it, then sure, whatever you enjoy in your own privacy, it's completely fine. I don't care. I'm not here to judge. Anyways, insane side tangent. We just show running and anime and all that kind of thing. Back to another thing related to anime, because at the end of the day, we're talking about beamsaber, which is at the end, which is mecha inspired. Literally, many of the things that were mentioned as inspiration were, you know, of the East, like Macross, Gundam, what was it? There was some other stuff. I'm blanking. My brain is blanking right now. Oh my god, the FromSoft game as well, and all that kind of thing. It's mecha related, so it's a ton of like mecha things. But yeah, we are talking about Sparks and the whole shtick. My internet broke the last 2 minutes, so no idea what you said. I said, like, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring with one of those. And as I was like looking through the Google, you know, the search images, the normal search images, I didn't look at, you know, anything fan-fictiony, let's call it. I've seen what I think it's two screenshots of the twins together, so I'm getting a vibe of probably what I think is one of those. I think at the very least that's where my brain is going, and I'm guessing that's the shindig, and I'm like, not sure if that's my cup of tea. But yeah, we were talking about Sparks, because again, side tangent from talking about anime things to back to yeah, I was right. I was right. God damn it, Japan, every time. The only one that I think it's the only one. I'm not fully sure. I think it's the only one. I think it's the only one. I've watched a few animes back in my day. I don't fully remember. I mean, the only one I think like it's maybe the closest or has some implications towards that is No Game No Life, but it's not like that show. It's not like that the anime is ever gonna get a follow up ever. Bad times. Or actually, Code Geass. I forgot. Well, they're technically a lot of them. Technically are sibling. No, there was no like romance plot between, or no accidental romance plot happened between. No, I don't know why I thought like Code Geass might have also been like one, but I don't. There might be something like somewhere within that space that I might be thinking of that I'm full on missing. But yeah, No, nothing. Not her own code. Yeah, no, not. No. It was with the other character. I don't know why I initially associated. Like, did she care about him? No. She just cared about him as a bro, as a brother. The other dude was then crushed when she got killed. Fuck. Accidentally, to be fair. But hey, speaking of Kogias and politics and mecha and drama, back to Beamsaber. Is that what we were talking about? Which I guess we're not too far from the subject, but definitely these are not themes that I would ever recommend you to run within a game or ever try to do. Like, the first ones, the Kogias one, sure, go ahead, do that. That's actually kind of cool if you were to do it. But yeah, we are talking about sparks. How they're this kind of like resource that open up to use special abilities. When you spend a spark, do it so wisely, because once the spark is spent, it cannot be used again until the beginning of the next mission. So kind of like an inspiration thing. If a pilot has more than one ability that uses spark, only one of those abilities can be activated when the spark is spent. So multiple abilities do not refer to multiple sparks. Then we have bonuses to roll. Any combination of the following can increase a pilot's chance of success. The game master or any of the player may suggest a collateral die. So you give the pilot an additional dice at an unavoidable cost. So basically you give them a consequence that they cannot resist. The player can push themselves for 1 dice, increasing their effect. Or the ability to act despite having a level 3 harm by spending 2 stress. If it is a pilot's action or a quirk, it is a vehicle action. And the third one other pilot may spend an amount of stress equal to their connection to help the acting pilot. The acting pilot receives benefits equal to the stress spent. Potential benefits are an additional dice, improved position, increased effect, or acting despite having a level 3 harm. Mentions of teamwork. I'm guessing this is referred to the pilot section within the pilot chapter. Interesting that technically you can obtain the benefit of one of the upper bonuses as basically taking the help action in a way. Although from how I'm reading it, my understanding is no matter what you do, you spend. Oh no, may spend an amount. So it's not you must spend an amount equal to. So it's an up to their connection. So the higher the connection you have with another pilot, the higher the boost you can offer them if you want to. But it's a give and take kind of thing, because you also are mounting stress yourself, which can be rough. When it comes to collateral die, pilots in Beamsaber are desperate survivors, and sometimes they act despite the obvious consequences. To support this premise mechanically, the game master or any player can suggest a collateral die to the acting pilot. The cost of collateral die regardless of the acting pilot's level of success. Additionally, the pilot cannot reduce or negate the bargain with a resistance roll or armor. They got the bonus die and must pay the agreed price. The pact has been sealed after all. Sometimes no one can think of a good bargain to offer, and that's fine. A pilot can also turn down any collateral die if they don't want to take the bargain, and that's also fine. So it's not you engage into this, you have to commit to it. Like if you choose to not do it and you have not rolled it yet, then yeah, you can just deny it. The game master has final say on whether a bargain is reasonable or not. For example, of bargains, it could be collateral damage or unintended harm, sacrifice supply or an item, betray a friend or a loved one, offend or anger a faction, start and or take a troublesome block, you suffer harm, or a rival shows up unexpectedly. So many things can happen. When it comes to collateral, I don't know why I feel like something has not been really heavily covered. Oh yeah, it's the aspect of stress, but I'm suspecting that's gonna be something that it's gonna be related to the characters more than anything else, or the pilots specifically. The stress has been mentioned a few times, but we haven't really gotten a description of what exactly happens with the mounting stress, and you have too much of it. But now we're getting to the to clocks, which is an aspect has been referenced a few times. A clock measures the progress of an ongoing challenge or approaching issue. Clocks take the form of a cycle divided into 4, 6, 8, or 12 segments. The more segments in a clock, the more complex the challenge, or the longer the delay until the issue arrives. So this is kind of like, you know, clock ticking time bomb of you have this amount of time to do something, and depending on what action you do, a specific amount of time ticks. You have to be strategical or tactical about what you decide to do, because you have a limited amount of time or ticks until the problem arrives or happens. So when it comes to creating a clock, players and game masters may create clocks to represent their pursuit, threats in their way, and any other sensitive task or event. A clock needs a goal or outcome when it fills a name and a number of segments. Players may work with the Game Master to define a clock or clocks for their pilot's pursuits, such as renovating a ruined building into a dive bar for musical events. Clocks represent an obstacle or danger, not the method used to fill them. If the pilot needs funding for a new piece of tech, name the troublesome clock board investors or unstable prototype. Describing the situation gives the players flexibility they need to approach the task. Don't name it, talk up to investors, or overheat the prototype, because that prescribes how the pilot should accomplish the goal. Extremely complex obstacles that have several steps can be split into multiple clocks. For example, if the squad is capturing a huge enemy battleship, the ship could have clocks for point defense cannons, space marines, and security program. The squad will have to get past each clock in turn to capture the ship. Likewise, if the squad is facing multiple opponents or a single very dangerous opponent, an obstacle clock can represent the foe's ability to be a continued threat. The clock should represent how they are threatening. Soldiers fight, guards detect, politicians manipulate crowds, and so on. Once that clock fills, the foe has been evaded, run off, destroyed, talked down, or whatever the outcome is fictionally appropriate. Clocks can also measure the passage of time, so we can actually be in literal terms a clock. These are usually timers for an approaching threat. Through the arrival of friendly reinforcements might also apply. Progress the clock when a suitable amount of time passes in the fiction. A clock segment might represent a few seconds, minutes, or hours depending on the scale of time passing. The easiest way to handle time clocks is deciding which pilot is most affected by the clock, then filling a segment every time they take an action roll. You can also use clocks to extend the focus of narratively interesting challenges. What qualifies as narratively interesting? I'm losing my capability to speak. Will vary by game and scene. There'll be times where bypassing a door is solved with a single roll, but that same door under more dramatic circumstances might be a clock. There is no hard and fast rule on how long a clock should be. The amount of interest there is in the obstacle or goal that a clock represents should determine the length of that clock. Defeating a small group of enemies might be represented by a 4-segmented clock, but a greater narrative stakes are placed on them. But if the greater narrative stakes are placed on them, possibly because they have been fleshed out or are the final obstacle before the victory, an 8-segment clock or possibly even a 4-segment clock for each enemy could be used. So, how do you fill a clock? Usually, clocks progress when players make rolls although the circumstances determined by how much. Progress is measured in ticks, where one tick fills one segment of a clock. Players typically make an action rolls as normal to progress their clocks and gain ticks upon results of 4 or higher. However, the amount of progress depends on the effect level. If the effect is limited, fill a single segment, also known as a tick. Standard, it gives 2 ticks. Great, it gives 3. A critical gives an improve effect, or with great effect give 5 ticks. With a fortune roll, add 1 tick on a 1 to 3, 2 ticks on a 4 to 5, and 3 on a 6, or 5 ticks on a crit. If a single action could overcome the challenge, the player should instead make an action roll as normal instead of a clock. A clock is almost impossible to fill with a single success. So basically, even in scenarios where a crit would happen, well, technically it says almost impossible. So in most scenarios, only if it's a situation where a crit maybe would happen, you can do so. Otherwise, pass. That's what I'm understanding. Unlike other clocks, connection clocks and drive clocks do not generally gain ticks when a 4 or higher is rolled for an action. See that within the pilot chapter. The Game Master clocks are a slightly different story. They add ticks based on the type of clock that makes sense for the fiction. The Game Master may add between 1 to 3 ticks to a clock as a consequence on a roll. They may also add a tick to a time clock if the player pursues their goal cautiously. Players can prevent troublesome clocks filling. For example, if a thread clock is direct superior arrives while a pilot rummages through the officer's desk, another pilot could remove ticks by stalling the superior. In that case, the Game Master should remove ticks according to the action roll effect. So it can also be a two-way street, so where you can add or remove depending on what you want to achieve and what exactly is the outcome, if it fills or it does not fill. Completely fine. A lot of flexibility. I do like that. Now, when it comes to completing a clock, when the clock fills, the challenge is represents is overcome or the danger comes to pass. If it's a beneficial one, the player receives the benefit immediately, and the same goes for any repercussions or threats. But if something happens in the fiction that would complete a clock's objective or instantly summon the trouble, the clock fails and it comes to pass. For example, if the squad is sneaking through a secure facility and has an alarm raised clock, crashing a vehicle into the facility would instantly fill said clock. Likewise, if the pilots are filling a destroy samples clock and they set off a nuke inside the building, that clock is also full, period. So sometimes the narrative can also dictate if a clock makes full progress immediately or not. So it doesn't necessarily have to be just through. So sometimes, depending on circumstances, it can be through full actions as a side outcome, even if the pilots may not have been fully aware of said clock. Because some of the clocks, from my understanding, the ones that the Game Master manages that have not been discussed with the players or created alongside with the players, can also be like happening behind the scenes. If the players or Game Master realize that a clock is no longer engaging or relevant, it's alright to say that it is instantly filled, instantly emptied, or just disappeared without affecting the situation. So, hey, adapt, improve, overcome, improvise. It's always good to do that. But yeah, overall, I like the clock system. Now that I read this and it's quite obvious that the clock system is the bread and butter of how you maintain social encounters, combat encounters, or anything of the sort. It's a universal system that is completely designed to be easily interpreted, where you can create what is appropriate for that scenario, and obviously facilitates the elements of roleplay, the elements of improv. It's 100% designed there to drive a narrative, not necessarily to drive a numbers goal. So you're not necessarily there to be like, okay, kill A, B, C. You roll some dice, and that each of them, in some scenario, although it was mentioned that in some scenarios you could have separate clocks for each enemy, and doing things to that specific enemy will just be for that enemy is clock, or you can have that for an entire group. This is an easy way to kind of manage things like not necessarily random encounters, but moments where you feel like, okay, an event has happened that I did not expect, that the players triggered, that would cause alarm to other individuals that I did not expect them to have introduced. But so to make it easy on the game master side, we're like, okay, this is a group of mooks or a random event sort of encounter scenario. Here's 1 o'clock where you have to deal with all of them. So it's easier for the game master to design or to kind of put on the spot. It also allows a lot of flexibility to kind of like improvise in the moment for both sides of the table, of course, but especially for the game master, because that's the side that has the most anxiety when it comes to, oh boy, is there gonna be something out there that I cannot predict? Or because a lot of the game masters, myself included, it happened many a times. I'm a classical over prepper, where I try to the best of my ability to think about and consider as many possible outcomes as possible, and have them at the very least sketched out to some degree, so I have that covered. I'm gonna tell you from my own experience and from the mention of many others, you will never predict every move a player will do. Every time there's gonna be a player that is gonna come up with some insane, ridiculous, crazy, amazing idea that you would have never thought of it yourself, and be like, well, shit, I'd not thought of that, but it's kind of awesome what you're thinking about, and now I have to like kind of stress out and figure out how to do, because at the end of the day, it's better to be like yes and, or at the very least, it's also not like another thing that I'm a proponent of a no but, where the but refers to refers to the aspect of, yes, you do not go with what they propose, but you offer them a close alternative to that, and as close as possible to the outcome that they want. So it's still, there's still an element of cooperation there. Like, yeah, you can be like, this is unrealistic or something of that sort, something of what you've suggested I cannot do or cannot be reasonably achieved. Here's an alternative, so I'm not gonna put a hard no to your request, and let's go it from here. So you at least you give this understanding and this clear message that they've made a contribution, they pushed the story forward, and do not fully deny them. That is shitty. It never feels nice to be able to just receive a hard no. You cannot do that. Especially in a game where the aspect of improv and roleplay is part of its nature, where you come up with your own solutions. And again, it's one of the aspects where tabletop RPGs are a space that can be more widely encompassing than even the gaming space, because you do not have the limitations that a game system, a game engine, or the set of rulings that a game needs to put together in order to create a structure are dealt with. You don't have that. You don't have to deal with that. You're not restricted by those, because it's impossible to have an open-ended system within a gaming system or within a video game scenario. Technically, to some extent, you probably could have, but that's pure chaos. That's not play. That's not game. That's not a game. That is play, which is a completely different concept. Play is more kind of akin to what Garry's Mod is, where it's a sandbox of things. There's no end goal. There's no chaos. You're playing, but you're not interacting with a game necessarily. It's a more complicated, distinction, which is even harder to put in words, which can be a bit tricky to put in words, especially in a Germanic language, because it's a nuance of etymology equally as it is a nuance of definition, which we could probably talk at some point about it. But yeah, that's kind of like one of the, again, pros and important factors in why tabletop RPGs can gather such a following, because at the end of the day, you're all out here creating your own story, doing your own actions without having anything to kind of to limit you in a, you know, technical sense. Now, when it comes to gathering information, there's always going to be too much going on for the game master to provide to the players with every detail they need or want to know. This is where they can gather information on a situation. When a pilot wants more specific information, the game master decides if that information is common knowledge, or if there is an obstacle to acquiring it. And the game master should consider the pilot's playbook, tragedy, history, and opening to determine if that information should be freely available to them. If it should, then the game master simply answers the question. Otherwise, the player should make a fortune roll if the information is not common knowledge, but there is no barrier of learning that information. From a 1 to 3 provides limited information, 4 to 5 provides standard, and a 6 provides greater. Gathering information during a mission will likely take the form of a setup roll, which is going to be mentioned in pilot chapter. If the pilot rolls well, they will frequently gain improved position or effect, an improved position or effect as appropriate in addition to the information. However, a result of less than 6 will cause consequences as usual on a setup roll. Sometimes a complex obstacle blocks the information desired, such as a messy crime scene or an overabundance of archived text. For instance, if gathering the information requires an extended period of time, the pilot should begin a suitable project clock. The pilot can ask several questions relevant to the clock upon its completion. What they would receive from a great effect on an action roll is then mentioned in a later chapter at 294. I'm guessing that might be the chapter 5. Each pilot playbook has a list of questions they might be useful. They might find useful when gathering information, and these suggestions could be are a good place to start. But a pilot may ask any question they like. And lastly, when gathering information, it requires a suitable opportunity. The information must either be on hand in the heat of the moment or acquired ahead of time. You can try again if you don't get the amount of information you wanted, but it will probably have to be at a later time. Again, time constraints are a big thing to take in account. And finally, of this section, fortune rolls. The game master can make a fortune roll when they are unsure of an outcome and want to let the dice decide. There are 3 common ways to do a fortune roll. But the game master doesn't want to make an arbitrary decision on a situation and the pilots are not involved, such as 2 NPCs having a conflict off screen. When there is no clear role to determine the outcome, such as the effect of injecting an untested drug to keep it out of a competitor's hand. When a player makes an action roll in a completely safe situation, but there is no chance for a consequence, and there is no chance for a existing consequence to affect them. When making a fortune roll, any trait with any number or rating can determine the roll's dice pool. For example, major contextual factors should give a +1 dice if they are advantageous, or a -1 if they are a hindrance. When it comes to fortune rolls, if a relevant trait doesn't exist, roll just one dice or build a dice pool based on the applicable contextual factors. So again, you can improv. When the NPC squad acts, their tier can determine the fortune roll. When a friendly fire team acts without a pilot supervision, use their quality for the fortune roll. When the power of technology is unleashed in an uncontrolled fashion, you can use its magnitude for a fortune roll. All of these are explained in later chapters when it comes to what their tier, quality, and magnitude mean. And when a pilot gathers information, their relevant action rating can determine the amount of quality of information they receive. So you can have some certain standard attributes or standardized numbers to utilize even as a game master if you want to determine things that are outside of the player's decision making. But yeah, it's a nice way of basically saying, like, let's just flip the coin and see what happens. That's completely fine and makes a lot of sense. Now then, we are towards the final chapter, or not chapter, the final section of today, which is the gameplay cycle. And after that, we are going down, which is 5 pages? 5 pages. And depending on how I'm feeling, I like it, I might read the example, but I might just leave that to you to read instead. That is a possibility. We'll see about it depending on how much time we have left. But yeah, we still have like, what, 4-ish pages? 5 pages left. Of it to cover, and then we're gonna be done with the basics. But yeah, overall it's going well. It's going as I do like the structure. I've not done, as I said, a Forge in the Dark system or Blades in the Dark either, but I liked the approach of using dice as a way to facilitate and assist within the improvisational aspect of roleplay, and to kind of basically they are the tool and framework and support system of creating those yes and or no but or yes moments. And you know, go from there with which basically also, and through that structure it obviously limits, well, not necessarily limits, but it simplifies other criteria and other elements of things like combat, for example. It doesn't have to go into that extra level of granularity of deciding what exactly is the outcome, things of like deciding the hit, deciding the damage, deciding, I don't know, how many actions. No, you're just saying, what do you want to do? What comes into play for that? What's your positioning? Let's talk about the possible outcomes through considering those factors. And based on that, it's going to determine in a bulk how well you're doing that, and how much how beneficial it's going to be to you, and what could be, and what, or in some scenarios, what are the additional consequences or the additional difficulties or challenges that you have to manage now that you've achieved this. Because, you know, it's also the idea of kind of like building tension, creating like an escalating story. No, things have to also elevate. Nothing. It's also like a way to kind of like elevate a scenario, or kind of rise tension by the elements of consequences, so nothing feels flat at the same time of just like, oh yeah, you succeed, you fail, but you know, the stakes kind of remain the same. And the element of effect and consequences kind of also add this elevating factor to it, where things can get tenser and tenser until, you know, all of it resolves with, be it that you achieve your goal, dice get completed, enemies get defeated, who knows. But yeah, overall it's very nice. I'm also, I'm guessing it's doing that whole shindig again, where, because I've not rolled a preload, because I've run a manual ad, now it's no longer doing it own. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a break here, I'll run an ad, and I will return after the ad break with the final chapter of the final section of the first chapter of Beamsaber. So yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. And there we are. Now with the ad over, one last section to cover, and for today specifically, after we checked the major systems that are going to be in play throughout Beamsaber, let's see the gameplay cycle. So basically, what is a general core loop of play within a session? Beamsaber's style of play is made of multiple phases that players move between. The pilots embark upon a mission for an employer. They return to a downtime phase where they recover and rest up before planning for another mission. And much like the war, the game cycles between these two phases until the pilots retire or meet an end. The free play phase sits parallel to these phases, filling in the gaps for when pilots do things that aren't mission or downtime related. The game starts in the free play phase, which is very fluid. Pilots have scenes with each other and or NPCs. They make action rolls when necessary and suffer consequences of those actions. Don't worry about exploring the story moment to moment or chronologically during free play. This period lets players explore their personal stories apart from their entire squad. When the players are headed to another mission, whether by choice or something in the free play or downtime forcing a mission upon them, then it's time to plan. The players and the Game Master may collaborate on what the mission involves, or the Game Master may prepare a mission ahead of time. Either way, the group covers the rules of engagement, the mission's target, objective, employer, loadout, and the tactic. See the planning a mission for full details, which is going to be mentioned later in this section. The pilot may still gather information and perform any last downtime activities during this time. When everyone is ready, free play ends and the pilots make a roll. So they can move into the mission, which is going to be mentioned a few pages down. On a mission, the pilots perform the daring feats and experience close calls in pursuit of their objective. They roll dice, spend stress, take harm, have flashbacks, and finish the mission. Chapter 5 for more on missions. Once the mission is over, the game moves on into downtime phase. This phase lets the squad get their just rewards and take a breather. They'll get resupplied for their efforts, gain and lose trust with factions, experience consequences for their actions, and prepare for the next mission. These steps take the form of rewards, trust, squad status, entanglements, and downtime activities. Downtime phase is also further explained in the chapter with, I think that is within the same name, or I'm pretty sure, yeah. After the pilots complete their downtime activities, the game returns to free play, and then the cycle continues. So yeah, the overall game mission is free play. Then it's planning phase that the free play for the mission, downtime, and free play, and all around we go. Which is not too different necessarily to how it's not necessarily too different to how Lancer does it necessarily, because it's a similar thing where you have the prep phase, the mission phase, and the kind of like epilogue phase, but you have a clear mention of elements of free play and pilot and role play and pilot like one-to-one interactions, either with between themselves or with elements of the story or their character. The advice, from what I'm understanding so far, and I'm pretty sure this is gonna be reinforced in the following sections, if not it's a dedicated chapter, that elements of planning have also their own moments, and even the mission itself doesn't necessarily have to be combat mission. It could be a political more inclined mission. It could still be a bit more socially focused to some extent here, but out of necessity you need to have the vehicles around. Could be more of an escort mission but with a political asset, but and you're just there for protecting. And again, depending on the circumstances, you figure out the rules of play and what exactly are going to be the outcomes, or like things that change up the environment as things go on, and any other aspect. So I don't think it's necessarily as rigid as Lancer kind of like puts it forward here. From the very beginning, the way it's kind of worded feels a lot more flexible into how you want to kind of like run it. Now, for planning the mission, When moving from free play to the mission, the squad puts together a skeleton of a plan. This plan consists of an employer, a target, an objective, rules of an engagement, a tactic, and a loadout. Select them in that order before the mission begins. For the employer, this is the faction who tasks the squad with completing the mission objective. The employer is represented by an individual, probably belonging to the squad of the faction, who may hide the faction they represent from the pilots. The player and game master should discuss whether to reveal the employer's hidden identity to players, even if the pilots don't know. Things to consider are the player's comfort with working for each faction, how much dramatic irony the players want in their pilot's action if the player wants to be surprised, and whether the game master is okay with doing the bookkeeping alone. If the squad is on a mission for themselves, or a squad that isn't working for a faction, but the employer is independent. Be warned, working for an independent employer yields less pay than by working for other employers. You can read more about that on later pages. Striking out on your own is rough, but at least you won't have someone looking over your shoulder. The squad can always seek out an employer if they want to do a mission that would normally be independent but still want decent payment. Finding an employer this way might take the form of a long-term project or a sequence of events during free play. If there is an objective the squad wants accomplished, there is probably a faction that wants with a little convincing. You know, roleplay. Do some interesting play to those strengths and weaknesses. The target is the squad, and by the extension the faction, that will be harmed if the pilots complete their mission. Usually someone is trying to stop the mission, and overcoming their defenses will damage them in some way. If there isn't someone stopping the mission, consider expanding the mission's objective to one that will create conflict or making the objective a long-term project instead. Then the objective is the purpose of the mission and the employer's goal. This might be getting supplies for a blockade, negotiating a ceasefire, destroying a factory, or stealing research data. Some goals may have multi-part objectives, all of which must be completed before the end of the mission. Others mission might have side objectives that are not necessary to fulfill the main goal, but I'm guessing could yield additional benefits during downtime. Then you have rules of engagements, or ROE. These are directives that the employer places on its squad. The ROE defines the circumstances, conditions, degree, and manner in which the use of force or other provocation actions may apply. The Game Master sets the ROE as appropriate for the fiction, though players should speak up if any of the rules ruin the game's fun. A faction who wants to popular support will have more rules about engaging civilians than factions interested in military victory at all cost. Record the rules in effect for everyone's reference. You can find a list of possible ROEs in later chapters. I think this technically, I think 209. I think this is the Game Master chapter. At that point, it's not necessarily the combat chapter. Now that I'm thinking about it. And then you have tactics. This is the squad's method for taking on the objective. This is a general strategy and requires just one detail that explains how the mission opens. Select one of the following tactics and then determine the details. Pilots don't need to plan excessively. Flashbacks let them bring in special preparations and consideration of unanticipated complications. Flashbacks are also mentioned. I think this is going to be the pilot section or the combat section. Assault is open violence against the target. The detail is the point of attack. You have deception, which is luring, tricking, and manipulating the target. The detail is the method of deception. Scientific is engaging with technological power. The detail is the unusual procedures used. Social is when the squad negotiates with, bargains with, or persuades the target. Detail is in the social connection. Stealth for taking actions undetected, so the detail is in the point of infiltration. And transport is carrying cargo and people through danger. Detail is the route and the means. And finally, the loadout represents how much pilot gear a pilot may carry on the mission. During this step of every mission, a pilot decide if they are carrying light which is load 3, medium, load 5, or heavy, a load 6, which is represents the amount of gear on their person. Loadouts impact how people perceive a pilot during a mission. A light load makes the pilot quicker and less conspicuous. They can blend in with civilians, providing increased effect when applicable. A medium load makes the pilot look equipped for a difficult task, and a heavy load slows the pilot and makes them clearly they are a member of an armed group. Players don't need to decide what their pilot is carrying before the mission. At any time during the mission, you may declare that your pilot has any of the standard gear at page 98, or any of the player's playbook's specialist gear, and add the item to your character sheet and mark the appropriate amount of load it takes up. You cannot exceed the maximum load when you choose when planning the mission. The item in italics or listed as a load with a 0 stricken out do not take up any load. So technically you can call upon those as many times as possible. But yeah, basically when you call upon one of the standard pilot gears, once that gear has been called upon, that load that you've decided you're gonna, as part of your total load that you're gonna carry, is gonna be marked by that item, and that's gonna be now your ever-present item. But let's say, for example, you have a light load, you decided to call upon a piece of gear that it's 1 load, you still have 2 free loads that you can call upon anything else when the moment arises for something relevant. But that specific gear that you've called upon the first time, that's now going to be permanent for the duration of your mission. So 1 load now is going to be forever occupied by that. There's also vehicle gear, which works a little differently, which is covered in chapter 6. A vehicle max load is set upon its creation, and it does not change between missions. Players don't choose vehicle gear before the mission. They debut gear as it's needed when tackling obstacles. However, once a player declares a piece of vehicle gear, that gear is now installed in their vehicle. Installed vehicle gear can only be taken out by spending material between missions. The pilots can perform a final downtime activity if they have any downtime activities remaining, or want to spend appropriate supply points, or gather information, or during or after the mission brief, if they want more intel on the job. Such information and assets can reveal the target's strengths and weaknesses. However, a pilot must have sufficient opportunity to gather the information, which might require a flashback. Now may also be a good time to perform the acquire asset downtime activity if the pilot wants any asset for the mission, which can be seen in later chapters. Remember, pilots can also acquire assets during a mission with a flashback, so no need to prepare for everything right now. So you can call upon that action when the moment arises, so there's no need to necessarily worry about it. A nice little way to kind of like do like a tactics sort of plan. Then you have an engagement roll. After planning the mission, we jump right into the action when we see the squad encounter their first obstacle. You'll make an engagement roll to see how severe the situation is when the squad gets into it. The engagement roll dice starts with 1 dice for plain old luck, and add additional dice for major advantages, or remove dice for disadvantages. Possible advantages and disadvantages may include the following. Is the mission bold? Take +1 dice. Is the mission especially complex? Then remove 1. Does the mission exploit the target's vulnerability? Add 1. Is the mission's tactics ineffective against the target? Remove 1. Is the squad receiving external support? Then add 1. Oh, take 1. Yeah, add 1. Is anyone interfering in the mission or other than the target? Then remove 1 dice. Are there other factors affecting the mission? They add 1 dice for each one that benefits the squad, and remove 1 for each that hinders. Factors might include differences in squad tier, specialized equipment, unusual terrain, and more. The engagement roll assumes that the pilots are skilled survivors and have prepared to arrive at the first obstacle. There is no need for sneaking in closer, checking for traps, or other cautious approaches. The engagement roll results cover those details, so you can start with the action. Engagement roll result indicates how tough things are for the pilots as they hit the first obstacle. A player makes the roll on behalf of the squad and look for the highest die. On a 1 to 3, the squad starting position is desperate. On a 4 to 5, they take a risky position. And on a 6, it provides a control position. Engagement rolls cannot result in a critical success. So it can only be due as expected or to the best case scenario, but not beyond that. After you determine the engagement roll result, take a short break for the Game Master to figure out how to start the mission. The Game Master should craft a scene that reflects the starting position. This position changes as the fiction develops. If the pilot pulls out some good rolls, make good tactical choices, their position will improve, and vice versa if things do not go well. Yeah, this is just the starting point, not how, not the be-all and end-all for the entirety of the mission. You can always get yourself out of sticky situation. Now, when it comes to linked missions, there will be times when a mission requires multiple plans to be executed together. A common situation is one where the squad wants to act on two fronts. For example, part of the squad attacks the fortification as a diversion, while the other part sneaks into the enemy base. How this is handled depends on whether the first part needs to succeed before the second part can be attempted. If the first stage of the plan benefits the latter, but isn't required for the mission's success, it can be handled with the setup teamwork action, which is mentioned in the pilot section, or through a flashback at page 74. With a success, the setup improves their squad mate's position or effect. A failed setup might cause trouble for the second part of the plan. If a pilot performs a setup before the engagement roll, consider giving the squad an additional dice or remove one as appropriate on the engagement roll as the rest of the squad sets out on their part of the mission. If the first stage of the plan is required for the latter stage to be attempted, it should probably be a mission of its own. For example, the squad might be on a mission to steal the enemy's ace unique vehicle to use in the latter false flag mission. In this case, make each part its own mission with downtime between them as normal. But for the most part, which approach is used is largely a matter of interest. If the players are interested in the moment-to-moment actions of the first stage, then it should be in its own mission, even if it isn't necessary. Likewise, stage 1 of a two-stage mission can be simplified with a setup action if it's not interesting to the players. If the setup gets a failed roll, hand out consequences as the fiction demands it. So again, you still have the flexibility of it if you don't necessarily want to go too in depth with it, or actually want to explore the nitty-gritty of it. So it's completely up to you. And finally, the end of the session. After a couple of hours of play, you'll probably reach a good spot in the narrative to stop for the day. Other groups will do a marathon session that can last to 8 or more hours. When you finish the current session, follow these directions regardless of how the session ends. First, check the squad's XP goals and mark 1 XP for each item that has occurred, or 2 XP if that item has happened multiple times. Check if each pilot contributed at least in 1 tick to their rival's challenge clock, and whether they fill any connection clocks with their rivals or another pilot. So take 1 XP for each item that occurred. Check if each item permanently removed their rival as a threat. If that item happened, they take an additional 2 XP. Check the pilot's XP goal and mark 1 XP for each item that has occurred, and 2 XP if it happened multiple times. If a mission was completed in this session, ask the pilots the following questions to direct what the next mission will be. Are you following up on a previous mission's outcome? Is your aim to seize a squad upgrade, hurt the target, aid yourself, or aid another squad? Is there a specific region you want to target? Is there a specific resource you want to acquire? Are you targeting a squad weaker, stronger, or about the same as you? Are you targeting a specific squad or faction? And so on. And okay, this lineup is put weirdly. Then you check on each player's emotional state. Sometimes sessions can get very intense and players don't always realize how affected they are until they take a break. If you're concerned about another player who says they're alright, consider asking them privately in a couple of days once they've had a chance to assess their emotional state. You know, good to check in at times. 7. Ask the players what they liked about the session and what they want to see more in the future session. If the players can't think of anything, try asking in a couple of days after they all had some time to sit the session. You know, feedback is always important, and it's a good. That's the only way you're gonna improve. And ask the players what they disliked about the session and what they want to see less of in the future. If the players can't think of anything, again, ask in a couple of days after they sit with it. And these can also be answered in character or out of character, whatever works best for them. Yeah. Interesting. From the looks of it, there is definitely a more complex way of dealing with experience and advancement that has an equal amount of aspects of goals as a squad, goals as an individual, even elements of rivalry and personal connections with the characters, which is interesting. To be fair, it's very within the genre of being this kind of like special connection with your rival, or having this sort of like where this rivalry is deeper than just a conflict of everyone. I'm just doing this for an employer. Maybe you're out there also to you're also out there to kind of prove a not necessarily a point, a belief, something about yourself that you consider it worthwhile. Which is worth trying out. Now, finally, we have a moment of example of play, which is pretty lengthy, and which I don't think I want to. I honestly don't have the energy. I don't think I want to like read through it as much as I think it's gonna be interesting to look at. I think this is more. It's gonna be more than anything useful to you to check out and have to get yourself an idea once you're planning to actually run a session. I'm more than anything out here interested into the actual core of running a game, and in this scenario, that's it. That's what I wanted to cover for today. The overall the basics, which was introduction, core system, action, resistances, clocks, and gameplay cycle. So that kind of covers it for today, and honestly, quite well detailed. I think overall not hard to grasp, quite well to understand. Once again, this is, I'm sure, like what I've read so far as part of the majority of the general basic rulings is what is expected to happen within most Forged in the Dark systems, at the least on how clocks and outcomes and roles are handled. Of course, there are definitely elements here that are more than likely akin or especially designed for this system specifically, like aspects of resistance, the gameplay cycle, obviously, as well, and I'm suspecting even some elements of how some roles are done. But overall, yeah, I like the system. It's definitely designed for elements of improvised play that facilitate a story forward sort of table and game scenarios, and it definitely goes a bit above just the number crunchy and just the element of you're there to just roll dice, do numbers. You're exploring deeper connection, deeper elements of storytelling, and you're there to weave a narrative, not necessarily to roll dice to deal numbers. The dice are there to give you elements and scenarios and encounters and challenges for you to add to the story or fight or challenge within the story. and to expand the overall narrative and to add more life to it, but not. And you know, that's kind of the overall focus, and not just a flat, more static, number-based sort of outcome. You're there for, you know, telling a story about your character, telling a story about your squad, telling a story about your relationship with your squad or other entities or rivals, and the outcomes of being in such environments and in such ruthless cycles as, you know, war and the wider interconnected stories and interests in politics and elements of that nature. But yeah, I like it. I think it's a great start. I like how easy to grasp, but it has enough depth to it and elements. As I said, what I like so far out of Beamsaber, even before we got to the nitty-gritty of those aspects, is that it's a story that focuses in equal amounts about the pilots, the mechs, the wider arcing stories, or the micro stories of the wider plot that is a generational war, or aspects of cross-generational or multi-year wars, depending on the genre in the story, and all the interplays of politics, interests, and self-serving sort of entities that take part in it, and how you, as the everyday Joe, to some extent, of course you are special in the sense of you are pilots, and that's not something that everyone does, but how you from normal day Joes now turn pilots, deal with it. How exactly are you gonna handle it as it evolves and it gets harder and harder as time goes on, and who are you gonna be by the end of it, once you once the dust settles, be it that you've escaped the cycle, you detach yourself from the cycle, or the cycle has run you through. Because all of those are elements of mecha storylines, and how, you know, war and the interests of others can ruin those who just wanted a better life and a better future, who just always had simpler goals, or more, you know, noble or novel or sincere personal goals, than something more wider encompassing of some grander entity that does not care for the bottom line. But yeah, fun, great. I'm excited to see more of it. I'm excited to look more into it in the next weeks, which is gonna be a lot. Like, as I said before, I'm probably gonna take it on a chapter by chapter basis, which still means a lot, because even here we have, like, what, with the pilots, page 56 to page, let's say page 83. So that's what, 27-ish pages, 728, 28 more pages maybe. Still within reasonable amounts. As before, I'm not gonna be out here to look into every nitty-gritty aspect, and I think, like, some of the other ones are in similar numbers as well. Let's see, before 76, yeah, similar-ish. But yeah, okay, chapter by chapter basis, I think, yeah, they are achievable within a similar time frame as today, so that's completely fine. But yeah, next time around, we're gonna look at the pilots. Then, depending on how that turns out, probably go to vehicles. If not, we're gonna go to the fiction first gaming, because that's those are elements of combat. And depending on how exactly this is structured, I'll have to look into it. To be fair, it's really short. That's kind of, I think, I was like thinking maybe this action player principle, first fiction first, and downtime activities can go together as their own thing, and, you know, the elements of character creation, the elements of customization that the players do, the pilots, the vehicles, and the squads to be like the next 3 steps that we look at, and then we look at these you know, principles, fiction first, and downtime activities as the latter. And of course, all of that then is finalized with Game Master, the Game Master section, which we'll have to see how exactly. This one's probably going to be split into a few of them. I'll have to see how exactly this one's going to be split into. But definitely this one probably is going to be split into two, because that's a lot of pages. Like maybe even, I mean, yeah, 30 pages each. Yeah, I could probably split it into two, but I have to figure out how exactly. And the rest, yeah, that's just for you to look at. But yeah, fun. Excited to see more of it. Again, still, this is like the initial thoughts. I'm not gonna have like a full opinion of it, just for a full post-reading opinion of it. Only after we're done with all that I'm planning. That, but at the very least, for the near future, there's still what, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 6 streams total left to cover. So that's quite a lot. 2 months worth of this. And hey, I appreciate it. I like some more in-depth systems. That's always nice to have. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me for today. I don't think I'm gonna extend it any longer. I've already started a bit late. Although we are running within the usual time frame, but you know, I started a bit late today due to some other things that I need to catch up with. So yeah, that's completely fine. But anyways, I'm not gonna stick around for any longer. I'm gonna be out, but as per usual, let's see. Have a round. Anyone doing, I don't know, RPG related, mecha related, maybe even? That'll be interesting. Or even tabletop RPG, if I manage to stumble upon anyone doing such things. Okay, I think I know where to jump at. I think it's a good one. Maybe. Up. Prepping for it. So raid my channel. Oops. Bit. Chat. Start raid. So we are checking Vespertine's place. They are currently playing some Final Fantasy XIV. I think they are jumping into Shadowbringers. I believe that's what I see mentioned here. Or at least what has been tagged as the expansion that they're currently playing. So a bit more ahead than where we are. So I'm not gonna stick out with it too much. And you know, I kind of realized that because initially I saw like the mention like first playthrough, and I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna check someone who's just a sprout, and I was like, these character designs are way more modern, or at least outfit designs to the characters compared to the Ram Reborn ones, because I was seeing the Scions. Okay, I guess this is not Ram Reborn. So yeah, at least based on the tag, it is Shadowbringers. Friend within common circles and all that. I'm gonna say hi, all that sort of fun stuff. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me for today. I'm gonna see you all tomorrow for Valentine's. Actually, it's something that I kind of realized for good old Valentine's. We're gonna have a lovely date, I guess, in Void Train. We're gonna progress more for the storyline and probably be done with that game as soon-ish. Maybe tomorrow, maybe another day. We'll see. Anyways, thank you so much for being here. You've been amazing. Don't forget that. I'll see you on the flip side. Bye.